Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats slowly. We will about to start the conference. Also, due to the fact the conference is streamed, we wouldn't like to let people before the screens to wait too long. W sensie? Odnośnie do interpretation, tak? Dajmy panu się rozegrać. Boris, if I may ask to join me on the stage, please.
Teraz on przejdzie i zakaz.
Nie ma Mazura tam, prawda?
Proszę?
Prezydent.
Teraz.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just for your information, this is a traditional bugle call played every hour from the city tower of Our Lady Church on the main market square. Remember that it is always played 4 times. Now we decided to refrain from this number. It's associated with a beautiful legend about Tatar invasion to Kraków, but I think that we will not get into detail, but in our view, this was the most, let's say, symbolic greetings to you and welcoming you to Kraków.
Well, I'm so happy you are here. I didn't believe that it would happen. Yeah, so I feel so happy, and I hope that you will feel happy and you will enjoy Kraków. Just see a bit of Kraków.
St. Mary's Church in the main market square of Kraków holds one of the greatest treasures in this part of the continent, the monumental altar of the Dormition of the Blessed Virgin Mary, sculpted by Veit Stoss. His arrival to Kraków from Nuremberg in 1477 marked a breakthrough for the ancient capital of Poland. His work made the city one of the principal centers of late Gothic sculpture in Central Europe. It took some 12 years to carve the altarpiece for St. Mary's. It originally stood 18 meters high and 11 meters wide. The cost, borne by the citizens of Kraków, equaled the city's annual budget.
So welcome to Kraków, the city where the past meet with the future, and the city which was 46 years ago listed on the first list of heritage of UNESCO. So it's a very serious commitment to our city. My name is Boris Charakchev. I'm the board member of Architecture Council of Europe, and I will try to guide you through this day together with Agata.
Yes, hello again. My name is Agata Wąsowska-Pawlik. I am the host of this very place, but also a board member of Europa Nostra. So in this double capacity, I would like to welcome you most warmly. And I'm very happy that we meet on the occasion of the conference New European Bauhaus, Heritage and Transformation. I would like to welcome all of you here in the room, but also those following us on via Zoom on ACE YouTube channel, and by the also please remember those following us online that we are ready. We are looking for your questions and comments sent during our sessions. They will be delivered to us as moderators, so I hope that we will have a really interactive session. So again, this is it is not a coincidence, but a very happy moment that two important organizations, Architects Council of Europe and Europa Nostra, decided to join forces in bringing in a form of a public conference such a crucial topic of today: protection and revitalization of heritage through the prism of the values of New European Bauhaus. I would like to say that I am even more happy that this conference that this conference takes place here at the ICC, as from the very beginning, this institution in its activity, for this institution, very broad reflection on heritage, understood also in a very broad way, so was at the core of its activity. And in particular, the heritage of the 20th century. We are convinced that there is a need for a deeper mutual understanding, since it is only in-depth knowledge that can undermine stereotypes and prejudices and make ground for partnership and collaboration in the region. That is why I also would like to draw your attention to the fact that an unusual context for this conference conference is that at the moment we have an exhibition in our gallery called or titled Socmodernism, Architecture in Central Europe During the Cold War. So I hope that especially your presence here, a group of eminent architects, that you will be able to also to get to know a little bit different image of this part of Europe in terms of architecture and architectural heritage. I will be telling you more about technical details of the guided tour later on. But before we give the floor to real hosts of this meeting, the president of ACE, Ruth Szageman, and the Secretary General of Europa Nostra, Śnieżka Kwetflik-Michajlowicz, I would like also to welcome guests from Kraków, because we all feel, I hope we feel, that we are all hosts of this particular meeting. So I am very happy that the Senate of the Republic of Poland is represented by Jerzy Fedorowicz, the chair of Senate Commission for Culture and Media. The city of Kraków, but because I don't see the person who should be with us, but I am very happy that Janusz Sepioł, chief architect of the city of Kraków, is also present. I also would like to welcome Director Robert Piaskowski, for many years a face of culture in Kraków, at the moment Director of the National Center of Culture in Warsaw. Let me welcome also very warmly Mr. Hubert Tramer, the member of high-level NEP Roundtable. Hubert, yes, welcome. And also architectural milieu of Kraków is beautifully represented by Ms. Magdalena Burzyńska, and the president of the Association of Polish Architects Kraków branch, and Biś Lisowski from the Polish Council of Architecture. At the same time, the heritage protection is beautifully represented by Rin Alatalu, the deputy president of ICOMOS, and Professor Katarzyna Zalasińska from the Warsaw University, and Director Katarzyna Urbańska, the regional conservator from Kraków.
Thank you all for being with us. I hope that you see that we in Kraków, we are living like in one big family and we support each other. So the technical explanation is that our conference is web streaming, as Agata told already. We have like 240 registered participants. And it is translated into Polish, French, and English. So if you have any questions to the speakers, you can just do that online via internet. And well, let's start, yeah?
Yes, maybe it is also important also for those following us, that this conference is organized by Architects Council of Europe and Europa Nostra in cooperation with the ICC and Europa Nostra Heritage Hub here in Kraków as a part of EU-funded European Heritage Hub pilot project. Yes, this was, things that needs to be said. The honorary patronage over the event was taken by the mayor of the city of Kraków, Mr. Aleksander Miszalski. I also think that more comprehensive description and the goals that we have ahead of us will be brought to you by Ruth and by Śnieżka.
Yeah.
But let me just hope that we will really use this opportunity, this excellent opportunity to exchange experiences between the leaders in the field of architecture, heritage protection, representatives of all of our organization, as heritage protection is our joint duty and responsibility. So, dear Ruth, please, the floor is yours.
Just will be the introduction. No, intro. Mieliście puścić intro.
So, thank you. I have to wait.
Oh, because we didn't know you will sit so close.
Thank you, Boris, very much for this amazing introduction. It's super nice to see oneself. You know, it's like a mirror here. So, thank you very much, dear honorable guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I'm really happy and honored that we are able to execute this amazing conference here in this wonderful city of Kraków. And yesterday we already had a first meeting. We had a wonderful dinner with traditional food. And I have to say, I'm amazed, because if we look at the moment in the European Parliament voted the new Commission, so everyone is set in place. The Commission is going to start to work, the Parliament is going to start to work, and we are also going to start to work, because the joint venture that we are starting today with this conference, with ICOMOS, with Europa Nostra, with the Architects' Council of Europe, will mark a significant milestone in our deep appreciation for each other, but also in the work together. So, looking at the Parliament, looking at the Commission, the voting was quite, I would say, one of the weakest results in the decades, but nevertheless the stakes are high, which we are facing at the moment. And if we look at our cultural heritage in Europe, we really see that it is rich, it is diverse, it's embodied with social, environmental, economical and cultural values that we share. And this aim is to these values have to be protected, and they have to be transformed. And in this respect, we are in the midst of the biggest transformation process at the moment in Europe. And it has been kicked off by the European Commission already in 2019. We went through the whole procedure concerning the Green Deal renovation wave. And starting today, we are now in an implementation phase. So we are not only transforming our building stock, but it's also a social challenge for all of us, and we are participating in this big change. So it's about recognizing these values that we have together, and it's also about developing ideas how we can lead this transformation, not only as a profession, but also as civil society. So I hope that today we will be able to increase the awareness for this topic, share innovative solutions, also identify barriers, and I'm really thankful for the opportunity and also for the support from the European Union and all the people that have prepared this conference today here. And I'm looking really also to further develop our collaboration in action, our partnership together. And this really means that despite the historical significance, much of our European built heritage remains unprotected, and we have to take care of this, because the listed buildings are, let's say, on the safe spot. But the huge, yes, Snezhka is already nodding, that we discussed one certain and particular effort, but let's say there is still a huge amount of buildings and also urban structures that are not protected, and these have to be transformed, and we as architects and all the other professions like landscape architects, urban planners, engineers are working together on this matter. And to end, and I'm really looking forward to the conference today, Get Inspired. We will also be signing a common understanding, a joint intervention between ICOMOS and Europa Nostra and ACE. It will further develop throughout the knowledge that we create through this conference, so looking forward to that, because that will be our joint call towards the European institutions. And I want to, at the end, I want to quote, and we yesterday met in person finally, Professor Polach, and I'm happy that we meet here in your hometown. We will hear more from you during the day. But you wrote in your book, what defines Kraków? Kraków can be summarized as follows: integrity, continuity, authenticity, high-ranking architectural monuments, I don't know if you remember this quote out of your book, and a constant willingness to reinterpret heritage. And I think it's about that, and therefore we are sitting here to discuss this matter, and always keeping in mind the quality, and it's only possible if we do it together. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward. Dear honorable guests, thank you for your time, for being here and joining this important discussion. Thank you.
Come on.
Can I just, is it okay if I put it, is it? Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends. What a great feeling to be back to this wonderful, unique World Heritage City and to this extraordinary institution, the International Cultural Center, for this extremely meaningful conference that Europa Nostra is proud to co-host together with our colleagues from the Architects' Council of Europe. The relationship between ACE and Europa Nostra is not so old in a sense. Though your organization is how many years old? 30? 40? 35. Europa Nostra, 60, more than 60 years of work. But somehow for far too long, we have been sort of living parallel lives, doing good job, but somehow missing the opportunity to join our voices and forces. And so the first time I found myself next to the president of AC was in Davos, in Switzerland, at the first conference when we adopted all together the Davos Declaration on the High-Quality Baukultur. And that's when we realized that we really now, there is no excuse anymore that we do not sort of work much closer together. And that Davos Declaration was really helped us to sort of say how important it is for the future that the world of architecture and the world of heritage works together. Because all the built environment in our cities and not only in cities, also in the countryside is a historical environment. And of course there are new architecture, contemporary architecture coming, but it is always in dialogue, in relationship with the heritage and historic environment. So then in 2022, I think, at the festival, New European Bauhaus Festival, there was Ruth and I met for the first time. It was love at first sight, and we said, now we have to do something together. Now we have this new European Bauhaus initiative that the president of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, imagined sort of mobilization for a more beautiful, more sustainable, more inclusive Europe. You know, what a vision. And we said we have to sort of find ways to build much stronger bridges and synergies. And since then, you know, we have been meeting on so many occasions and indeed endorsing each other's position. But then we said we have to also sort of do an event together, and I'm very grateful to AC and of course to Ruth and to Boris for their offer to dedicate your annual event here in Krakow to precisely the link between your work and heritage, and the new European Bauhaus as a sort of wider context with the focus on the heritage dimension of our built environment. The love story between Europa Nostra and Krakow is a much longer one. And that's why I'm really delighted that this is happening here. And it started back in '91, believe it or not. Believe it or not, when I, coming from a country that was just entering a tragic period of war, Yugoslavia, I entered in that fabulous family of Europa Nostra. And one of the first person I met was Professor Jacek Purchla. We were more or less the same generation, coming from this part of Europe with hopes and beliefs in European ideals and European values. And I think Jacek, from day one, you have been my inspiration and encouraging also to my own work in Europa Nostra. You have contributed enormously to what we have done. And, you know, one of the many things you have achieved, you have created this international cultural center that is really an institution not just in Krakow, not just in Poland, not just in Europe, but in the whole of the world. And so I really, on behalf of Europa Nostra, want to pay tribute to you and now to your successor as director, our dear Agata. And so really for us, Europa Nostra is at home everywhere in Europe, you know, when you have the name Europa Nostra, but I think in Krakow somehow, you know, we are even more at home than elsewhere. And that's why it was very natural that it was here in this city that we created our very first regional hub. And that is the idea that together with Robert Paskowski, we were complotting together here on this magical main square of Krakow, the necessity to sort of spread our network, which is a very large network, pan-European network of more than 250 member organizations, 100 cities and other associate organizations, but that we should not become a sort of fortress Europe in Brussels, but rather to empower and sort of engage our membership and give them to sort of drive further and shape our movement further. And so with the support of the city of Krakow, we created that first regional hub. I don't see Katarzyna. Katarzyna, are you here? Yes, Dr. Katarzyna Jagodinska, who is leading that hub with a wonderful team here. And afterwards, we got a hub in Athens and in Lisbon, in Nicosia, soon in Venice, so, and in the Balkans and in the Caucasus. So it is the way, the saying, it is our response to the incredible challenges and incredible threats to our ideals and values here in Europe that we are all facing. Our response, you know, instead of fear, it's hope. And and confidence. Confidence that if we, somehow the best of the best in Europe come together to defend these values through our professions, together with civil society organizations, with the support of local authorities and distinguished political leaders in Europe, so at national and European level, we can prevail. We can overcome. And that's why I'm delighted that all of you are here. No fog can stop us for coming together, for reflecting and passing a strong message. As Ruth said, we have, in a couple of days, on the 1st of December, the new Commission will start, the Ursula von der Leyen II Commission will start its very challenging task. And with this Krakow conference, we will pass the message, not just for Ursula von der Leyen, to many members of her team, commissioners in charge of housing, of climate action, of culture, of skills. There are so many portfolios that are relevant to our conversation today. And so with this Krakow declaration that I'm delighted that ICOMOS will join, and that from the bilateral it become a tripartite document, because the more we are together, the stronger our voice will be. I just want for the end also to make a bridge, because I love making bridges, bridge with the summit that we organized at the beginning of October in Bucharest, another extraordinary historic city, and with our Romanian colleagues who moved mountains to receive us in Bucharest and to have an extraordinary summit. And one of the elements of that summit was the Agora that we organized, and it was dedicated to the necessity to uphold the quality requirements for heritage and for the way we are dealing with our built environment. And the Bucharest Manifesto, which is the outcome of this conference, we worked after the conference a little bit more. So yesterday we published it, just to sort of to inspire also this work. And I'm delighted that the mastermind of the entire summit, but especially of that Agora, Stefan Balici, president of the Chamber of Architects of Romania, is with us. He traveled from Vienna the whole night to be here this morning. He is with us and he will intervene. So I think it's extremely important that we are sort of reinforcing each other. Of course, the ICOMOS document also on the quality principles has been inspiring, and Rin was with us in Bucharest as well. So now she arrived from Brazil here. It's fantastic. So the level of commitment is enormous. And so I think this is what, the most beautiful part of our Europe. And another bridge I want to make is, I don't know whether architects, AC, whether you know, but 50 years ago, was the very first European year dedicated to the architectural heritage. And that year was organized in 1975. So next year it is the 50th anniversary of that mobilization for preserving our built heritage. And so much has happened. And I think we need to sort of renew our vows, if I could say, in the totally new environment, with climate emergencies, with peace emergency, with democracy emergency. And I think this is, I would very much hope that inspired by the Krakow deliberations and the Krakow declaration, we would also next year sort of feed in, organize something to remind of that year and to sort of go further for the next 50 years. And our summit that will take place in Brussels next year is also giving us another opportunity to sort of move further this extraordinary partnership. Thank you so much, and have a great day of exchanges and mobilization for our built environment, historic and contemporary.
Thank you, Snieczka, especially for these kindly words about Kraków. And personally, I thank you that I can just be one best of the best, and it makes my self-convenience much higher, especially after the morning conversation with my wife. I repeated it many times in Brussels, but right now from this position in Kraków, in Poland, it sounds quite differently. I must just tell you and remind that Poland was the country which changed the understanding of the word of solidarity. We are still the country which is very Euro enthusiastic, and we knew and we can saw how many changes it has done to our environment, to our common life. And just for a moment, go back to the history. Yeah, that was a very important point in our history, not only for Poland but for Europe as well. And I'm really very pleased that the person who is also the icon of these changes is with us. And I'm extremely pleased that the representative of the state of Poland and a very important person, a chairman of the Committee of the Culture of the Senate of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Jerzy Federowicz, is with us. And please, Senator, thank you very much for coming here.
Witam Państwa. Reprezentuję polski parlament i polski rząd. Przepraszam, poczekam, aż Państwo włożycie słuchawki. Będę mówił po polsku. Za to będzie krótko. Reprezentuję polski parlament i polski rząd Donalda Tuska, który oczywiście przywiązuje ogromną wagę do dziedzictwa kulturowego, opieki nad zabytkami, instytucjami artystycznymi, przestrzenią publiczną. W parlamencie, w którym od 20 lat jestem szefem albo wiceszefem sejmowej lub senackiej komisji, właściwie zgodnie obradujemy nad projektami ustaw i uchwał dotyczących w szerokim tego zakresie spraw związanych z kulturą. Cieszę się, że jesteśmy w Międzynarodowym Centrum Kultury, które powstało na początku transformacji. Profesor Jacek Purchla, o którym tu tyle dzisiaj się mówi, był jednym z założycieli razem z panem profesorem Woźniakowskim i to miejsce oddziaływuje na wiele spraw związanych z kulturą w Polsce, ale i też w całej Europie. Jestem zaszczycony, że byłem podwładnym pana profesora Jacka Purchli w swoim okresie, a wysłał mnie właściwie do parlamentu po to, bo jestem zawodowym aktorem i reżyserem, żebym pilnował, żeby politycy za bardzo nie wtrącali się w sprawy twórców i ludzi sztuki, tylko żeby delikatnie pilnowali i ochraniali nas. I to moje zadanie spełniam od 20 lat. Panie profesorze, czy pan to potwierdza? Mógłbym dużo więcej powiedzieć, ale te miejsce zostawiam dla pana profesora. Kraków jest miejscem kochanym. Przyjeżdża tutaj 13 milionów turystów rocznie, a wam, państwu życzę bardzo owocnych obrad, również dlatego, że ten głos zostanie zapamiętany w Europie w momencie, kiedy Polska właśnie staje na początku swojej prezydencji. Jeszcze raz życzę owocnych obrad i dziękuję bardzo.
As you know, right now in European Parliament,
Szanowni Państwo, w Parlamencie Europejskim teraz dochodzi do bardzo ważnych głosowań.
Pan
Bogdan Zdrojewski, poseł,
Education, was unable to be with us right now, but he sent us a video message.
Ze względu na obowiązki związane z pracami Parlamentu Europejskiego w Strasburgu nie mogę dziś być obecny z Państwem w Krakowie. Żałuję. Niemniej jednak, pomimo mojej nieobecności, jestem pewien, że konferencja będzie sukcesem. Cieszę się, że tak znaczące wydarzenia mają miejsce właśnie w Polsce. Nowa Europa, Bauhaus to unikalna inicjatywa, która już od 2021 roku stawia sobie za cel implementację założeń Europejskiego Zielonego Ładu w sposób wspierający codzienne życie obywateli Unii Europejskiej, bez tych zbędnych kontrowersji. Łączy architekturę, naukę oraz design. I to w innowacyjny sposób. Pomaga tworzyć nowe możliwości dla zrównoważonego rozwoju. Jest ona również efektem współpracy pomiędzy komisjami przemysłu, badań naukowych, energii, ale także kultury i edukacji tu w Parlamencie Europejskim. Dzięki swoim różnorodnym perspektywom są one w stanie wspierać rozwiązania oparte przede wszystkim o niezbędną wiedzę. Nowa Europa, Bauhaus, pokazuje, że Europejski Zielony Ład nie musi i nie może być planem tworzonym w próżni. Powinien być w sposób odpowiedzialny, budowany tak, aby rozumieć, jak może mieć wpływ na wiele sfer życia obywateli. Dlatego ta inicjatywa łącząca perspektywy, doświadczenia i umiejętności rozmaitych społeczeństw, ludzi oraz organizacji jest tak ważna. Daje ona niezwykłą platformę na to, aby uwalniać kreatywność i jednocześnie jest świetnym dowodem, jak interdyscyplinarna współpraca pozwala osiągnąć nieoczywiste i trudne cele w innowacyjny sposób. Jest także dowodem na to, że gdy kultura i nauka łączą swoje siły, tak trudne wyzwania jak zrównoważony rozwój jest po prostu możliwy. Przed Europą jeszcze wiele wyzwań, a droga do wielu celów w sferach takich jak zapewnienie szerokiej dostępności, wysokojakościowych mieszkań, rewitalizacja zaniedbanych dzielnic oraz integracja społeczna jest długa i trudna, ale niezbędna. Jednakże ta nowa Europa, Bauhaus, pozwala wierzyć, że jest to możliwe, a wydarzenia takie jak dzisiejsza konferencja tylko przyspieszą i ułatwią współpracę na rzecz wspólnego celu. Kolejnym wyzwaniem jest połączenie nowoczesnych rozwiązań w sferze efektywności energetycznej, która zapewni zrównoważony rozwój, a zarazem zachowa i ochroni nasze dziedzictwo kulturowe. To bardzo ważne. Wszystko to, co tworzymy, musi powstawać w harmonii do naszych osiągnięć, budynków, pomników, zarówno przyrody, jak i kultury, tworząc spójną wizję architektoniczną. Dodatkowo efektywność energetyczna to tylko jeden z warunków. Musimy przeprowadzić transformację budowlano-energetyczną w sposób rozsądny, który nie tylko zapewni optymalizację zasobów, ale przede wszystkim stworzy przestrzenie, w których po prostu będzie się chciało mieszkać, pracować, przebywać i żyć. Musimy ustanowić kluczowe standardy, by renowacja naszego architektonicznego dziedzictwa przynosiła korzyści i to zarówno jednostkom, społeczeństwu, dla obecnych i przyszłych pokoleń. Jest to zadanie, które wymaga współpracy na tak wielu szczeblach, że warto je wymienić. To jest szczebel lokalny, samorządowy, rządowy, europejski, a nawet światowy. Dlatego tak bardzo cieszę się, że New European Bauhaus Heritage transformacja porusza wszystkie te tematy i łączy decydentów na każdym szczeblu. Jestem pewny, że kluczowe debaty oraz wymiana doświadczeń, praktyk, wiedzy, które dzisiaj będą miały miejsce, ułatwią nam osiągnięcie wspólnych celów. Mimo tego, że nie mogę być z Państwem dzisiaj osobiście, będę z radością oczekiwać rezultatów dzisiejszej dyskusji. Dziękuję jeszcze raz organizatorom za zaproszenie i życzę wszystkim uczestnikom owocnej konferencji. Jestem z Wami, pomimo że w Brukseli. Wszystkiego najlepszego.
And in the end of this introduction part, I would like to headline once again that this conference is under the patronage of Mayor of Kraków, Dr. Aleksander Miszalski. So he apologized. He asked me to just pass to you that he suddenly has to do something, and he, in the name of Mayor of Kraków, will welcome you, the chief architect. But before, I will take you for a short tour around Kraków. May I introduce to you Mr. Janusz Sepioł, the chief architect of Kraków, former marshal of the region of Małopolska, senator, Polish Republic, but we are all welcome, but President Aleksander Miszalski.
Drodzy Państwo, obejrzeliście Państwo 3 filmy, które muszę skomentować. Obejrzeliście Państwo 3 filmy, które pozwolę sobie skomentować, ponieważ z pierwszego, tego otwierającego filmu wynika, że Kraków jest miastem ciemnym, o pustych ulicach, pełnym wilgoci. Może ten trzeci pokazał, że czasem jest tu słońce i ulice są pełne gości. I chcę tylko powiedzieć, że zdarzają się dni tak zimne i mokre jak dzisiaj, ale wtedy staramy się gości przyjąć szczególnie ciepło. Natomiast drugi film pokazywał, jak zmienia się Polska po wydarzeniach politycznych, jak rosną wieżowce rozświetlające horyzont. Chcę Państwa zapewnić, że póki jestem architektem miasta Krakowa, takich budynków w Krakowie nie będzie. To były zdjęcia z Warszawy. I chciałbym też zwrócić Państwu uwagę na pewną wyjątkowość Krakowa, w tym sensie, że jest to największe niestołeczne miasto Europy Środkowej i największy niestołeczny ośrodek akademicki w tej części Europy. I że było to miasto, które kiedyś było stolicą obszaru, który dzisiaj znajduje się w granicach 9 państw. A więc jest to miasto absolutnie ponadlokalne we wszystkich swoich ambicjach. I my mamy tą świadomość, że jest miastem niezwykle obserwowanym. Nie tylko w Polsce, jest miastem numer 2 w Polsce pod względem skali, potencjału, ale jest miastem obserwowanym co najmniej na obszarze tych 9 krajów, które kiedyś znajdowały się we wspólnej Rzeczpospolitej. I to, że Kraków ma ten zaszczyt, że tutaj znajduje się ten Heritage Hub, ma dla nas niezwykłe znaczenie i jest elementem potwierdzającym tą niezwykłą rolę Krakowa, w którym staramy się utrzymać to twórcze napięcie. W Krakowie zawsze było ważne środowisko architektoniczne, to jest dzisiaj obok Warszawy najważniejsze środowisko architektoniczne. Tu się wiele dzieje, chcemy, żeby działo się jeszcze więcej i żeby tą atmosferę, no właśnie tego twórczego napięcia, które w dużym stopniu wynika właśnie z obecności dziedzictwa, które w najnowszej historii Krakowa odegrało nieoczekiwaną rolę, powiedziałbym niezwykłą. Znaczy stało się jednym z podstawowych czynników przebudowy ekonomicznej miasta. Potraktowane jako potencjał, wywołało przemiany, dzięki którym możemy powiedzieć, że ten okres komunistycznej gospodarki jest już zamknięty. I dochodzę do ostatniego już punktu mojego wystąpienia, że Kraków znalazł się teraz w takim niezwykłym punkcie swoich dziejów, w którym zrealizował wiele swoich historycznych celów, między innymi właśnie zamknął tą trudną postkomunistyczną przeszłość i stoi wobec nowych wyzwań, poszukuje nowych celów, nowych ścieżek rozwoju i nie ma żadnych wątpliwości co do tego, że problem potencjału dziedzictwa i zarządzania tym dziedzictwem jest jednym z najważniejszych wyzwań przyszłego rozwoju Krakowa. Stąd wielka satysfakcja, że takie organizacje dzisiaj w Krakowie gościmy i że będą tu obradować i że na pewno z tego dorobku skorzystamy. Więc w imieniu pana prezydenta Miszalskiego bardzo serdecznie Państwa witam i życzę, żeby to spotkanie było jak najbardziej owocne. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. I think, Agata, that we should start our debate. Can you introduce?
Yes, and this is my greatest pleasure to introduce to you Professor Jacek Purchla, an art historian and economist, expert on theory and protection of cultural heritage, who is the founding father of this particular place and was its director for many, many years. Professor Purchla is at the moment the Vice President of Europa Nostra and the Chair of the European Heritage Awards, Europa Nostra Awards jury, which is also important because later on in the afternoon we will be able to hear some of the projects that were awarded this year. His career was always associated with two Kraków universities, Jagiellonian University and Kraków University of Economics. But what is also important for this conference and for you, he was the chair of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee and was chairing the 41st session that took place in Kraków in 2017. The title of Professor Purchla's lecture is slightly different than that written in the program, Heritage and Development Kraków Experience. So I think it will, Janusz Sepiał made a good introduction to your lecture. Please, the floor is yours.
Tego się spodziewałem niestety. Finally, it is my real privilege and honor, but also a challenge to introduce you all, and especially our, I'm not saying foreign, but international friends, to the nature of Kraków. Janusz Sepio has been really kind enough to give you a kind of a abbreviation of my introduction. Thank you very much, friend. I just decided to bombard you with many slides, being fully aware that you will memorize better the pictures than what I'm going to say. Looking at the silhouette of the city center of Kraków, one could easily understand that heritage, the past, is decisive. The Kraków belongs to those cities and places where heritage is playing important role for the presence and for the future of the place. And as Janusz Sepio just kindly mentioned, Kraków, the metropole of 1 million, former capital of the Commonwealth, is located halfway between the capitals of Central Europe, Warsaw, Vienna, Bratislava, Budapest. Not fulfilling any important political role. It is why I think it's strengthening also the meaning of heritage. Our start concerning our presence within European civilization comes relatively late. We used to be barbaricum during the ancient Roman time, as well as during Charlemagne's Europe. But this European enlargement should be emphasized at the beginning. The architects can easily recognize at this very map the limes of Romanesque architecture. 3 early medieval feudal monarchies, the Hungarian, the Bohemian, namely Czechia, and the Polish one, are joining European family in the mid of the 10th century, adopting Christianity. And Wawel, the royal hill, is of course the origin, the beginning of this European presence as well, and you can easily find the reminders of this very early 10th century stage of the beginning. The cathedral is not just the seat of the bishop since the year 1000, but could be compared rather to Sainte-Chapelle, fulfilling the role of the coronation place and the burial place of the monarchs, and today fulfilling the symbolical role of a kind of a ara patria, the altar of the nation. Talking about Krakow's contribution to European civilization, I used to always emphasize 3 important chapters of this very story. The first is very much connected with this medieval melody. We just started our meeting when in the year 1241 the visitors from Mongolia came here, damaging the early medieval Kraków. So, like in the case of the Great Fire of London, or the case of the earthquake, the disaster has given a chance to the Duke, to the monarch, to re-establish the city, chartering Kraków in the mid of the 13th century on the Magdeburg law as a pattern. So not just the Duke, not just the bishop, but also the community, the communities is born, and we are getting this very unusual grid, unusual concerning the mid of the 13th century. If you look at medieval London, Paris, Cologne, Milan, or Mailand, it is just a chaos of narrow streets and dominant massive of the cathedral. This great symmetry and the dimension of the square symbolizes the power of late medieval Kraków as one of the most important junctions of European continental trade. Kraków, located 300 kilometers from the Baltic, was the member of Hanseatic League, and it was not a coincidence. And the proof for that is, of course, Notre Dame de Cracovie, the parish church of the city, Our Lady Church, located at the main square, with the altar which has been already mentioned as the masterpiece of the late Gothic art, did by Veit Stoss, coming here from Nuremberg. And it symbolizes also the top age for medieval Kraków, which those days used to be a kind of agglomeration of three separate cities surrounding the royal hill. So the view of Kraków taken or produced, created at the very end of the 15th century, symbolizes the power, the meaning of the Jagiellonian capital. The second important chapter which I would like to emphasize is the Jagiellonian Europe. Here is the distance between the tower of the city hall and the royal residence at Wawel. The nest of the Jagiellons, the dynasty coming from Lithuania. The founder of the dynasty, he was at the very end of the 14th century the last pagan monarch in Europe. And he decided to marry Hungarian princes. He converted and created in Kraków the center of this great political structure, the union of the Kingdom of Poland and the Great Duchy of Lithuania, which those days meant the territories between the Baltic and the Black Sea, including contemporary Belarus and Ukraine, ruled from Wawel by the Jagiellons. His son, here you can see the tomb did by Veit Stoss. He created his burial chapel in late Gothic architecture, but covered by the artists invited from Pskov. So this cohabitation and this union of Catholicism and Orthodoxy is quite significant and well visible in Kraków as a bridge between those different European cultures. The Jagiellons, especially the last one, they are founders of the residence, which is considered as one of the most important Renaissance residences in Europe, created by artists invited from Florence. And Italianism is the next important characteristic feature of Kraków since the very beginning of the 16th century. And the royal residence right now is very proud also of this greatest collection of Flemish tapestries commissioned due to the royal patronage in Low Countries, the greatest collection outside Flanders. What should be also mentioned, it is the meaning of the university, the second oldest after Prague. The university, which I have the pleasure to represent at the moment as well, the university which in the 15th century especially was one of the major European centers of science, including Copernicus. And we are very proud of this golden Jagiellonian globe, where America, newly discovered land, is first time mentioned. And it is the beginning of our problems, because it is the beginning of the gradual collapse of continental trade. Last evening during the dinner, I've been asked, what are the links between Portugal and Poland? Vasco da Gama is the killer of the prosperity of Kraków. It is the shortest answer. Sorry, I shall excuse our Portuguese colleague present here. It is the panorama of Kraków around 1600, the top age for Kraków, when Kraków was equal concerning its political meaning, its demographic and economic potential with Vienna and Prague. 200 years later, the panorama is the same. Poverty is the best conservator. Since the beginning of the 17th century, Kraków is losing gradually its political meaning. The royal court is transferred to Warsaw, but Kraków formally is fulfilling the role as a coronation place, burial place, up to the end of the Kingdom of Poland, up to the end of the 18th century, up to the partitions. And different wars and the collapse of the trade made Kraków at the very end of the 18th century the place reaching the bottom of the crisis. Johann Wolfgang Goethe, on his way to Wieliczka salt mines, visited Kraków, and the description of Kraków was very short. Schrecklich. It was the ghost city. But this very ghost city has become, to the surprise of many, a matter of a rivalry between Prussia, Russia, and Austria, three partitioning power. Why? Because Kraków has been considered still as the symbol of Polish sovereignty. Poland deleted from the map of Europe. The first proof for that was the insurrection of Tadeusz Kościuszko, a freedom fighter, but the most important decision has been taken, or was taken, 1815 in Vienna, when Kraków is declared the Free State of Kraków, Freistaat Krakau, under the protection of three partitioning forces. But it is the beginning of the new spirit for Kraków as a spiritual capital of non-existing Poland. Kościuszko, the freedom fighter, as the hero, is buried among the kings, and we are coming with the idea of commemorating him with the Hegel artificial mount, becoming a kind of a pilgrimage place for the Poles coming from all the Polish territories divided. What should be mentioned at front of the architects, that it is the first half of the 19th century, it is also the beginning of gradual modernization, and at the very beginning of the 19th century, during the era of the Republic of Kraków, Planty, this green belt, 3 kilometers long, is replacing the medieval defense walls. So it is the opening. But the third important chapter concerning the townscape of Kraków right now, its identity concerning the historical core, is our presence within the Habsburg Empire. The Habsburgs, they annexated Kraków 1846, converting it automatically into the function of the Festung. 2 kilometers to the north, it was Russia already, so the fortress. Even Kościuszko Mount, the symbol of freedom, is arrested by the Austrian citadel. But 20 years later, the emperor, Francis Joseph I, is forced by circumstances to switch. The beginning of the constitutional era, liberalism, and Poles under the rule of the Habsburgs, it is just this small yellow piece of contemporary Poland, are given far-reaching autonomy, including self-government, which is in Kraków fully aware that is fulfilling the role of the substitute of the non-existing Polish government. So the gradual restoration, the beginning of our approach concerning conservation, is visible. The cloth hall, the symbol of the medieval prosperity, Palais du Commerce, is converted into the function of Musen Temple, the Muses, the Temple of Muses. The first national museum is created by the municipality. Collections are brought to Kraków from the exile like famous Leonardo. We can see it tonight, if possible. And it is the turn of the 19th and the 20th century, quite an important recovery of the city and its function as the spiritual capital, the university, the national theater, different so-called patriotic manifestations. The whole program, national program, is created in Kraków, modernized in the spirit of Vienna, but within the monarchy being still pretty small. You can see Vienna around 1900, 1.5 million. Kraków, position number 8, smaller than Budapest, Prague, Trieste, and so on. But Kraków around 1900, it is important message to the architect, is the center of Polish modern art, Art Nouveau, so-called Young Poland movement, and of course the laboratory of our approach towards heritage and the history. So the royal residence left by the Austrian army is converted into the function of the National Museum. Till 1909, Kraków is congested. Just 5 square kilometers the territory because of the fortress. But finally, at the eve of the First World War, the mayor is able and efficient enough to convince Vienna to finish with those military installations. So the idea of so-called Greater Kraków is born, and the first in the history of Polish urban planning open competition for master plan. 1909, Kraków as a garden city, especially the western side. Entering the 20th century, Kraków, being already enlarged, has this real jump ahead. You can see the stages of this development of the territory from 5 square kilometers 1909 up to 320. I'm looking towards Janusz Sepał, our architect, to prove. So you can start to understand the change. I'm the last who is going to describe the whole tragedy of the 20th century, but it is essential to give you some hints to understand better the nature of our contemporary problems. Independence comes 1918, just at front of the International Cultural Center, the last Austrian soldier is delivering, let's say, the power to the Polish Legion. And Kraków during the interwar time, those short 20 years, is losing, of course, its position as important center of Polish political life. Warsaw is the capital, no doubt, but is still maintaining the function of the spiritual capital, playing at the melody of the myth of Józef Piłsudski, the father of our independence, 1918, who appears last time, 1933, in Kraków because of those celebrations. I'm saying that just to give you the impression that the father of the nation, those days already the dictator, is finishing finally at Wawel. So he is buried 1935, like Kościuszko, our freedom fighter, among the kings. And it was a huge international event, even bigger than our today's meeting, with German delegation, as you can see, Hermann and Joachim representing Adolf. And the very end of the 30s, it is this growth of the myth of Piłsudski. Kraków once again as a pilgrimage place, and the idea of creating the next Hegel, the next artificial mount dedicated to Piłsudski. Here is the top management of the Jewish community. Before the Second World War, 25% of our population, including the rector of the university, lawyers, medicine doctors, they were Jewish citizens of Kraków. So finally the month is completed 1939. Kraków as the symbol of tradition, including this medieval signal, which is broadcasted up to now, since the mid of the 20s, by Polish radio, globally. The disaster comes September the 1st. Wehrmacht is taking Kraków during the first week of the war. Warsaw is defended up to the beginning of October. Kraków was declared the open city. The German border those days was just 8 kilometers to the west. And what is very special concerning the story of Kraków, that Kraków is declared by Hitler already October 1939 to be the capital of Das Generalgouvernement, the reminders of the Polish territories not incorporated to the Reich or to the Soviet Union. And the governor of this puppet state, Hans Frank, comes with this crazy idea to convert the spiritual capital of Poland into uralte deutsche Stadt Krakow. So the first step is, of course, depolonization. And Krakow is divided between three different groups of inhabitants. The western Krakow is the district Nur für Deutsche. But what is interesting, possibly for the architects, the quite famous German architect from Leipzig, Hubert Ritter, Rundling, which is Bauhaus, the piece of Bauhaus in Leipzig, is coming here in 1940 to propose for Krakow this Regierungsviertel, this center for Gau administration. After the collapse of France, Luxembourg and Krakow are also on the list of so-called German Gaustädte. Holocaust should be and must be mentioned. We've lost 60,000 of Krakowians. The ghetto and the story of the ghetto is globalized by Steven Spielberg and his story concerning Schindler's List. And of course, the problem of dissonant heritage and heritage of disherited is one of the major problems of Krakow up to now. The lesson of communism, so-called liberation, meant the new type of occupation. My professor of art history in American battle dress, Karol Streicher, is bringing the treasures looted by the Nazis. But the case of Krakow is quite different comparing to the tragedy of Warsaw. Krakow maintains intact. Once again, it is why Ruth rightly emphasized continuity. Continuity in concerning the human dimension of the place, and of course concerning its fabric. But for the communists, Krakow was the symbol of reaction. The city of clergy, university professors, and petty bourgeois, up to the Second World War, could be defined as non-industrial city. So we are getting, as a souvenir from Soviet Union, Polish Magnitogorsk, Nowa Huta, the Stalinist creation, and the steel mill producing 7 million tons of pig iron per year for Soviet tanks. The Lenin steel mill. Lenin spent 2 years before the First World War on political exile here in Krakow. And Krakow becomes famous globally. If you take Fukuyama's book, The End of History, RRC, Chernobyl, and Krakow are mentioned as the victims of totalitarian system. Ecological disaster of the 70s is the major danger, not just for the people, but also for the heritage. Acid rains. Don't be afraid, quoting John Paul II. This very stage of the history of Krakow is over. And the same year, 1978, when the Cardinal of Krakow is elected to be the Pope, Krakow is listed. It listed as the first urban ensemble at just initiated World Heritage List with under criteria number 4, namely the whole medieval structure so well protected, frozen simply in the 17th, in the 18th century when the city has collapsed. Last evening, I had a wonderful discussion with Ruth concerning the notion of Mitteleuropa, of Central Europe, and it is why, sorry for that, I'm giving 5 minutes more to explain you what is Central Europe. It is a matter of conviction. It is this very strange part of the continent where political borders in the 20th century used to be changed much faster than culture one. But Kraków, when I was a student, was really a very Central European place with this creative tension mentioned by Janusz Sepio, with avant-garde theater of Cantor, 2 Nobel Prize winners in literature, with Penderecki, with Wajda, with many other, emphasizing our presence and our identity created by our millennium of our presence within European civilization against Sovietization. It is why resistance was in Kraków pretty strong and important also because of him. The power of the Roman Catholic Church those days, the Cardinal of Kraków, he did manage even to squeeze the decision to give the permission to build in Nowa Huta the church, because in Polish Magnitogorsk there was no place for the church. And this, let's say, almost Le Corbusier creation, in contrast to those blocks of flats of Nowa Huta, was something very unusual in the 70s. And his triumphal entrance as the Pope, just elected, 1979, means the beginning of our revolution. The meadow of freedom, as I used to say, concerning our Błonia, our meadow, our Kraków Common, 1979, we realized that solidarity is our power. And a year later, at front of the International Cultural Center, we enthusiastically welcomed Lech Wałęsa, electrician from Gdańsk, and it was this festival of Solidarność, 1 year long only. The decision of the martial law converted Kraków, including Nowa Huta and the church, into the real battlefield between the people and the regime. The regime was even afraid of Lenin, and my final remarks are very much connected with the change. So Lenin is not present any longer in Nowa Huta, sometimes only as a symbol of convergence performances that commemorate his presence there. The beginning of the 90s means the great opening of the city, which was kept in splendid isolation. Arata Isozaki, the important, iconic Japanese architect, is designing Manga, the center of Japanese art and technology, founded by Andrzej Wajda, the Kyoto Prize winner. We have the greatest collection, the biggest collection of ancient Japanese art in Central Europe, which has not been well known. Don't be afraid. This very part of the problem concerning pollution is finished. Also negligence. Negligence, which was this appealing feature of Kraków of the 70s. Today, this palace on the right-hand side of the picture is the residence of our president. Boris Czarakciew, the president of the Civic Committee of the Restoration of the Monuments of Kraków under the auspices of the President of Poland. So it is the greatest achievement of those last 30 years of the committee to bring the beauty of the place again. I did manage to take this very picture 1990. Now it is mission impossible. Mission impossible, as you are aware, over tourism is of course
the major, or one of the major problems concerning the management of heritage places like Kraków. And this game, this Bermuda Triangle, means that I'm always asking myself who is responsible for the management of those places. To what extent municipality has instruments. And talking about the challenges we are facing here in Kraków and many other Central European cities after the era of communism, it is of course the speed of change, the power of capital, the pressures of capital, and the power of globalization. And this very lack of an efficient tool of the local managers and this specificity of finishing with command economy and planned system. 20 years ago, being in Dublin at the conference, I realized that we are in a very different position. Taxi driver asked me simply, what country do you come from? I was trying desperately to explain to him that I'm not coming from Holland, but from Poland. And when I mentioned Kraków, I was shocked. He told me, I was in Kraków twice. It is such a wonderful place. I asked him, why twice? Because second time I came to buy apartment flats. So 20 years ago, I realized that my city, after the decades of splendid isolation, is a matter of the game which is global. And those pressures are visible also in the territory listed at the World Heritage List, which is a big problem of Boris and myself, no doubt. And Janusz, now the hope of this very city. So all those new, very special phenomena appearing after this great opening, globalization, and Kraków as a success story concerning international tourism, which of course evokes the basic question: whose heritage is it? To what extent we are still dedicated as locals to the problem of its protection, and to what extent we are just a part of the huge global game. Coming back once again and finishing to the inscription, let me just at the very end of my story to share with you our, Śnieżka was very active, experience of this very session of the World Heritage Committee I was chairing in Kraków 2017. Talking about World Heritage and the convention, Paris Convention, we used to always emphasize the meaning of those three pillars of outstanding universal value. The criteria, which I already presented, integrity and authenticity, just proved by Ruth, and protection and management. And there is no secret that it is the greatest problem, not of Kraków only, but all those cities and places promoted also concerning international and global tourism due to World Heritage List. And I'm teaching my students that at the moment the major problem concerning the protection and conservation is the management of urban heritage and defending our cities against converting them into open-air museums. And I think that Kraków is dealing quite well with this problem, also due to those personalities who are present at the very moment at this very hall. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for this historical journey we had about Kraków. And right now, I'm absolutely convinced that you should understand that we manage with our problems, especially with this pollution, which destroyed huge amount of monuments, and other problems in a very sustainable way. We tried to renew our monuments and our old city to be beautiful. And we did in Kraków that all together. So I think that Kraków is a very good place to talk about New European Bauhaus, which slogans it's sustainable, beautiful, together. Well, but have you ever wondered what's the meaning of New European Bauhaus? What's that New European Bauhaus? What do we understand about saying New European Bauhaus? Well, how it works? Well, I will try to answer these questions with my panelists, and I kindly ask my panelists, Pia Mieszkiewicz, Stefan Balici, and we'll have a connection with Marco Rossempere, who is right now in European Parliament in Strasbourg. No, yeah, Strasbourg. Okay.
This is the New European Bauhaus, a movement that wants to shape the people. Too ambitious? What if we do it together? That's the plan. And we'll bring our community to the next level. The New European Bauhaus has a global dimension, and the movement should spread to all Europe and beyond. Are you a designer, architect, engineer, scientist, student, entrepreneur, or creative mind? Then join the movement and be part of the New European Bauhaus.
Well, my dear guests, thank you very much that you made this big effort to come here. It's really very something absolutely amazing because, hello Marco.
Hello, good morning to everyone.
Good morning. Well, but I know that you have very limited time, but please let me start with Pia. Pia is a member of the high-level roundtable, as Hubert Trammer here as well. And Pia, we know that the discussion about the New European Bauhaus, it's quite different in different parts of Europe, especially this idea of a word by our President Ursula von der Leyen has hit receptive ground as a result in Scandinavia, which the discussion is on the very high level. We are in the part of the Europe where this discussion is maybe very seldom, or there is missing this discussion. So just to make a common understanding, what's a new European Bauhaus? What are the main principles and goals, especially in context of architectural heritage?
Yes, hello. Thank you for having me here. Hello to Kraków. So let me just quickly explain. I think it's a very open and very processual initiative, and it's very innovative. So, Madam President Ursula von der Leyen and the commissioners, they launched it in 2020, and I think the idea itself is very innovative because we talked, Hubert Trammer and me, in the connection of the high-level roundtable 2 days ago with Commissioner Ferreira, that the method was very innovative, and we all hope that in the future the European Commission will continue with such methods to ask really all of us from the ground, and some experts, architects, etc., some designers, and she launched the high-level round table, where we gave some advices or developed the concepts, yeah? But in addition, it's so processual that we are all asked to continue and to interpret the vision and the idea. This is what I want to mention first. So it's not a guide where we see, okay, what do we fulfill or not? So this is because I'm very often asked, yeah, what is the Europa Bauhaus? Can you give me a one-pager or a list or something? Yeah, but no, it's an approach, and it's a mindset, and it's a thinking, and it's a process which has started, and now we're all asked. So it's more or less an act of democracy, yeah. We develop and shape our future. So, but just to focus a bit more concrete, let me just say what a new Europa Bauhaus is. Is this, okay, we all have the words now, so it's sustainable, together, and beauty. And that means sustainable was in the last years, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, was more technical interpreted, yeah? But this means more sustainable is now, we talk about, we start from thinking from the cradle to reuse, recycling, yeah, concerning our building stock, but concerning everything, every branch, every textiles, the way we consume, the way we act, the way we think our world first. The second is the together part, and that means it's really the inclusive part, that no one is left behind and that everyone is connected, and there the heritage, and a city like Kraków and all heritage we have is a link to our past, and this includes everything because it grabs us, it touches us, because it connects us with our emotions, so bridges into the future, and therefore it's a cultural act to work with our heritage. For the second part, the third is beauty. Beauty means everything, and it's not a misunderstanding of taste question, it's more the question of proportion. It's from an architecture point of view, it's all about space and material, and so when we link it with our heritage and with historic building stock, it touches us because, this is a concrete material, and it's about the value of craftsmanship, about how we put things together. So it's nothing greater than sitting next to a brick building, seeing how a wooden window is sit into a wall in a perfect way. So this has a lot to do with beauty. So beauty is linking us and connecting us to the material and to the world for the future. So, and this bound, so this could guide us. So it's more kind of a mindset I wanna mention, and so everyone can interpret the new European Bauhaus for the future. So it's just the first approach now. It's on, so it's an initiative, but now it's really a movement. It's a big community, and I think the important is to just understand that. So it's not so complicated. It's really easy. These three pillars are the base, and how everyone interprets it. It's up to us all. We are all asked to interpret it in our own way and to continue. So it's more the checklist. Okay, is everything what we do, consume, build, work with our environment, is that connected to these three pillars somehow? So this could be the checklist. So is it sustainable in a way, or in 50% or 70%? Is it this together inclusive part? Is it reaching that? Is it fulfilling that in a way, yeah? And the third, the beauty, the aesthetic. So we need a debate about aesthetic, especially in architecture and design, for our future, because just sustainability is not the way. We need to connect to our past and to our cultural heritage to continue and to go into the future.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the first message is not to confuse it with the Bauhaus, which was a style, and New European Bauhaus is rather the methodology to approach to our built environment and not built environment as well, which brings us a lot of tools. But I would like you to comment one word which was used by Ursula von der Leyen, just announcing the new European Bauhaus, which rise architecture subject and architecture understanding on the high political level. And she used one word, that we are going to build new European generation. What does it mean?
Yeah, it means just that for the future. I mean, we have to invent our future somehow. We have to think about how do we want to have our future to be like, that it's, worth living and optimizing somehow. I think mankind wants always to optimize. And so the link, if I were able to say that, for the Bauhaus in the 20th century, is that at that time the Bauhaus tried to give answers to the questions of that time and to work with new craftsmen methods, with new materials, give answers to a new society model somehow. And now we're in a phase as well with digitalization and sure, we need to cope with the climate crisis, and we have to change. Yeah, we have to change that.
So the process was launched.
And time we did the task of our time to give answers. But it's not just having new materials and out of the culture. We can't just build up new houses. It's always the question how it looks like, because we're coming out of a culture, and so this is the answer for the future.
And the last question in this turn, could you please define the relationship in New European Bauhaus between the preserving heritage and transforming it into a more sustainable environment?
Yeah, I think, like I said before, I think working with our building stock and with the historic building is the best we can do, because it's already there. It's the most sustainable we have, because the material is there, but it's the question of transforming it. So I think my approach is not just preserving for 100%, it is the question of interpreting it, and this is what you meant for a future generation. I think we have new questions and new uses. We need to change some, like it said at the beginning, it's not just a question of the historic buildings, it's a question of how we deal with our structures from the 60s or 70s. So these are big wide-spanning structures, and the question is, so at the moment I'm doing a competition, it's interesting to transform these structures into housing, because we need to have more housing, for example. So it's the question, how do we transform that? So the question is the program for uses, especially in the ground floor zones, to activate our public space and to interlink outer space, inner space. These are all questions we need to define the program, the use, and therefore we have to transform it. And so the sustainable aspect is fulfilled in any respect. So I think the task is to transform our historic environment, our historic building stock. And it's, like I said before, it's so it fulfills this inclusive part, because it's the bridge to our past. It has to do with our identity and is linking to our culture, to our European diverse culture. Second part, and the third is the beauty, like the materials, that we continue to work with materials, which is our tradition in Europe, and just invent and combine it with new materials. For example, new floors in a high level, then having lightweight structures, wooden structures on top, for example. But this combination, I think this is the question, is for architects to work in an inspiring and visionary way. And the monument departments are asked to open up, to have this dialogue in an interdisciplinary dialogue, to transform and interpret our heritage into the future, because of new programs, new uses, different typologies, and I think this is possible, but we have to develop and find the answers together.
Yeah, you mentioned housing. That's a very good point, because as we noticed, that becomes some political issue as well. Housing it has an impact on the votes in the USA as well, because I read that Financial Times that they mentioned that a lot of people were just complaining that they can't afford to live somewhere. And please let me connect with Strasbourg. Marco, thank you for giving us this time, despite of the fact that you have the parliamentary session. Congratulations on the adoption of the Wednesday, the resolution establishing the European Commission. But it is very important to us. I think that we are just thinking about hope, and we don't know exactly, but please explain us about the housing commissioner. Could you give us an idea what will be the scope of work and what field? It's something quite new, and we are just thinking what the housing commission will do in European Commission.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank European Council of Architects and Europa Nostra for organizing this event and for inviting me to address some words. And second, I want to apologize because we have a very short slot, because I have to take floor on the plenary in a few minutes. You have asked me about housing. Yes, housing is one of the main priorities and main topics that will be addressed and achieved during the next term. Of course, we now have, since yesterday, a new commissioner on housing. Our Danish colleague from my party, S&D party, Dan Jorgensen. And I want to say that this was one of the main priorities that the S&D group made and asked to Ursula von der Leyen to condition our vote on her presidency on July. So we are very happy that now, because of the S&D group asked for it, we now have a commissioner on housing. But not only we have a commissioner on housing, we asked him and we asked the European Commission to develop a European plan or strategy for affordable housing for all, because we know and we are very concerned about that the problem of housing that years ago was only referred to homeless people or very vulnerable segments of the society now is a problem for everyone, and especially for our young colleagues that are willing to start a new project, a new life project, and they cannot afford. What can the European Commissioner do, and what can the Parliament do? In the Parliament, we are also trying to create a special committee on housing. What is a special committee? A special committee is a committee that only longs 1 year, but makes a screening of all the sectors and see what's happening and establish connections with promoters, builders, users, owners, tenants, urban planners, local, regional, national authorities, everyone, and then establish a report asking priorities and asking solutions for all the levels. This is going to be very important on the side of the European Parliament. And on the side of the European Commission, I think that there are many solutions. We can establish this European plan for affordable housing. We are going to fight for allocating more ERDF funding coming from cohesion policy funds to allow to be invested in new public houses. We want to create a public houses stock in the European Union to offer to young people to rent. We can make regulation in the market, in the rental market. We can make regulations in the short-term vacational housing that is creating problems in many cities, and we can change the regulation of the state aids in different member states to allow member states to invest money in the building and construction sector. So I think that despite the European Union does not formally have competencies on housing, we have a lot of things to do, and we have room for work in the next few years.
Well, I hope that this approach will have also the impact to the member states. The entire Europe is sitting in this room, and we are architects, and we are hoping that solving this problem will be also bringing up just a profit to our environment. Marco, I have one concern. The Wall Street Journal just recently wrote that Europeans are facing a new economic reality that haven't experienced in decades. They are becoming poor. In 2008, our GPD was equal with US. Right now, US is 80% higher. Well, and the question is, in this current context of the climate, economic and energy crisis, and this, let's say, a little bit poverty, because we should know that energy in Europe, it's 2.5 times more expensive than in US. Can we afford to meet the ambitions of new European Bauhaus?
Well, I completely think that yes, that we can. Let me explain some things. We are now facing these things that Financial Times says. Maybe I think it's a little bit too exaggerate, but because the general figures and data don't say so big problem, but we have some problems. But I think that we are creating the framework to start changing these problems, and the European Union has realized it, that we have to change our general way. We have to, and for this next term, there are two key priorities: to increase our autonomous strategy, what means to make the European Union more independent from external providers of energy, for example, gas and oil and so on, and of course to put the European Union more independent in the terms of industrial technology, artificial intelligence, and we have to invest. The second priority is the competitiveness. And in this term, we have two recent reports, Letta report and Draghi report, that are both encouraging the European Union to invest a huge amount of money in developing this competitiveness scenario in which we start growing and being more competitive, but also being more independent and being more self-sufficient in terms of industry, artificial intelligence, high technologies, high tech, and energy, and all of these resources. What does it mean? We saw in the past years after the COVID crisis that if we invested a lot of money coming from the RRF, we developed this RRF in the national plans, all the economies of the European Union started to grow, and this have, at the end of the day, this has arrived to the individual citizens. We have to do the same now. We have to keep our own resources, which is the keystone of those discussions. We have to start searching for our own resources and mutual debt to create a big fund to invest in all those technologies. And in those technologies, we cannot keep apart New European Bauhaus. New European Bauhaus is addressing us, is asking us a very fundamental question. We are going to invest a high amount of money in refurbishing and renovating our built space, public space, buildings, public buildings, private buildings, houses, buildings, all the kind of built environment, into an energy efficiency and more sustainable way. But do we have to spend it only in the sustainable way, or we have to combine with beauty? That means Pia has explained it very well before. Beauty is not that you taste or not taste, or you like or not like. Beauty is the comfort, beauty is the affordability, beauty is accessibility, beauty is quality of life of people. And on the other hand, we have to incorporate the dimension of togetherness, of inclusion. We cannot spend this high amount of money leaving people behind. We have to keep all the people on board in this new strategy of the European Union. The final answer of the question is yes. I think that we can match the objectives of the new European Bauhaus with the new priorities of the European Union for the next term.
Well, it's very optimistic. Thank you for that. But in fact, the number of architects in the European Parliament decreased. Yeah, you are only two right now, not three.
I'm not sure that we are two right now. We were two in the past term. One of them has not been re-elected. I am not very sure that we are now two or I am alone.
Yeah, well, but you are, yeah.
But I have to say that for all the architects in the European Union, for all the building sector, for all the construction sector, you will have my complete disposition to work with you, to carry your voice, to bring your voice to the European Parliament, and to fight for the built environment quality, the principles of the European Bauhaus. No doubt that I am going to be here all the time, stand up and with your voice in my mind.
Marco, you have heard the applause. It's for you, and it's not only about that we support you, but we are ready. I mean, Architecture Council of Europe and Europa Nostra to help you, and we are ready to answer the questions which are raised by European Parliament as well, and especially to help to a new commissioner. We would love to be involved, and we would love to just share your experience also on the national level, because it requires our common and work together as New European says. Thank you very much for being with us. It was really very great pleasure to listen to it, and I'm really I'm touched with your optimism, and I think that our self-convenience also rises a bit.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. I am always optimistic because we have to work for the future and we cannot stay all the time looking at the past. So you will find me always optimistic. I'm very sorry and apologize, but because I have speaking time at the plenary in just 5 minutes, I have to go running to there. Thank you very much. And
thank you for being with us.
Grateful day. Bye.
Well, it's good we have ambassador on the European Parliament. Stefan, you are like a bridge between the Europa Nostra and according to these bridges which Snezhka mentioned, yeah, about the bridge between Europa Nostra and the Architecture Council of Europe. You are both active in both fields, and Snezhka mentioned it's the first time we are just cooperating so close together. Just recently was finished this huge conference in Bucharest, which you were organizing. I know what does it mean. Well, but what I would like to ask you very seriously, what's the difference between Europa Nostra and Architecture Council of Europe in understanding new European Bauhaus?
Yeah, I think it obviously comes from the mandates and missions of each of the organizations. And because of that, I think they approach the problem, they approach the new European Bauhaus from different perspectives and with different tools that are surely complementary, and I would also argue that they overlap to a significant degree. And if we speak of Europa Nostra, then of course This is a platform of civil society that is engaged with cultural heritage. So the focus is on the pre-existing built environment, so buildings, places, landscapes, everything that is pre-existing and assigned with cultural value by our societies. So this is the angle where Europa Nostra is approaching New European Bauhaus from. And on the other hand, the Architects' Council of Europe is, I think, is starting from the point of the profession, because it is a network of professional organizations, and it starts from there, from those who actually practice architecture, and by practicing architecture they deal with creating our living environment, molding our living environment by creating new buildings and places, but also dealing with heritage as well. So actually heritage, I think, and let's say in a broader sense, the pre-existing built environment is the meeting place between these two approaches. And that's why I said I think they are complementary and also overlapping. And this is very fortunate, because we have the experience built over such a long time by both organizations and also by ICOMOS, because it was mentioned from the very beginning as a partner in this discussion, as it was also in Bucharest when we discussed cultural heritage, and as it is in so many other fronts all over the world. So I think this is fortunate that we have this bringing together of different approaches, different competencies, and different expertise. In the end, dealing with the same topic, how to treat our existing built environment and how to achieve the objectives of the very ambitious European policy framework through the new European Bauhaus, and achieve the climate objectives, the energy reduction, resource reduction, consumption, and so on. So it's a fortunate meeting. And I would also argue one more thing, that as an architect myself, and an architect who is practicing architecture in the area of cultural heritage, I would argue that this is probably for ACE and for us, the organizations of architects, should be an objective to mainstream the idea that dealing with cultural heritage and generally with pre-existing buildings, meaning doing architecture. A good restoration project is a good architecture project. And this is a way of actually practicing our trade, using our knowledge and expertise at the best level if we are doing heritage work. So for me, this is a very important message. Why? Because in my experience, at least in Romania, there is quite a division among architects. Those who work in cultural heritage, which are quite few, and they are considered some sort of, let's say, technicians, and then the rest of the architects. And I don't see it that way at all. I think all of us are architects, and all of us should have the competence and the knowledge to approach cultural heritage and generally pre-existing buildings. So that's
thank you. Well, I'm just I saw that I'm just push up to go on and spread the conversation. But sorry, I must say that I had this privilege to be to the Uminko University, which has 130 years tradition of education in architecture. It was not for the first time, so I can see that how this knowledge about new requirements of 21st centuries, it's growing among the students. But in fact, the discussion about the new European Bauhaus, in this part, Europe, not only in Poland, but in Romania, it's very low. And you, I mean Romania, you stolen one director from the NAB lab and you move it to the Ministry of the New European Bauhaus. What the change does it make for Romania?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think I also feel that we are very much behind, not as much with the discourse about the new European Bauhaus, because that is there. I mean, at least for us in the professional environment, it's a topic that is always on the table. But we are very much behind with the practice. And for me, this is the greatest concern. How to actually mainstream New European Bauhaus as a framework, as a quality framework. We have been discussing about quality a lot lately, and this is one of the frameworks, obviously. But how to mainstream it so that it is in the everyday practice of every architect and in every project.
So I understand that it takes time. Yeah. It doesn't happen in one moment. Yeah. And the last absolutely question, Pia, to you, according to your experience as an architect and also as a member of the high-level roundtable, in your opinion, please tell me, does contemporary architecture draw sufficient inspiration from historical heritage in line with the new European Bauhaus?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I mean, it is important to continue with our heritage, to transform it, and not, I think the task is not to build so much new buildings, it's more transforming, and we should invent really a culture of transforming, transformation culture, yeah? So from the very heart, and should all convince to transform our existing building stock in a visionary way. It means really to transform it for, like I said before, for new uses, for new typologies, and this is possible. So this is I think, the task. And what he said, I just want to add that the most important is for now, and this is really a call to the European Commission, that we have to bring it into the ground, into reality, to build more prototypes and to invest in more prototyping. And this could be with launching competitions maybe on a European level with the values of the new European Bauhaus as a base, and then maybe the whole European Union watches these projects, and we can all measure each other if it works. And I think this is the most convincing, because when we walk through cities, to parts, to new industry quarters transformed, and they work because they're sustainable and they really have a high quality of life, their housing integrated. And I'm really a fan of a productive city, of a multi-coded, mixed-use city, and this is possible, transforming historic quarters into a new age of quarters, and really feeling and noticing how the new European Bauhaus comes to reality. I think this is important, prototype.
Thank you very much. Please do notice that people who are dealing with new European Bauhaus become more and more optimistic and looking forward in the future. So please do go deeper in the idea of new European Bauhaus. Last word to you.
Just to add something to this question about new architecture being inspired by heritage. I think heritage must be recognized more as a resource of knowledge, of tested solutions, time-tested solutions, and adapted to place, and also a source of inspiration and innovation. And if we do that, then we will join together more closely this practice of heritage and new architecture, and I think this should be an aim.
Thank you very much. Thank you for our panelists. I know that you are all waiting for the first coffee break, but before the coffee break, just show you the result, because all who were registered, we asked to answer the question, and before each break, I will show you one result. The first was what policy changes could better support heritage preservation efforts while enhancing stability and inclusivity. Well, can we show the answers, which were the most? That's the answers. Yeah, heritage, sustainable, and well. But I have one. Before the break, I will just encourage you to watch the slides, which will be showing one of our projects, which is developed right now by ACE, according to the Commission. And the bad news, our coffee break will last only for 10 minutes. Sorry. So, thank you.
So, dear participants, we are about to start again. I would like to, first of all, apologize for a little delay we already caught. So the coffee break had to be shorter, but after next session there will be a longer lunch break. And I have a great pleasure to introduce you to the panel dedicated to innovation for cultural heritage. And there will be, we will hear two presentations by people from a very different background. Despite the fact that this is the order which is printed in our program, we decided just at the last moment to change the order. So first we will hear Diego Zoppi, the ACE board member, coordinator of the thematic area practice of the profession, also the member of the executive board of the Italian Chamber of Architects, a great theorist and practitioner of architecture, who is a personal friend of Boris Czarakciew. And then you will be able to hear Professor Jerzy Hausner, an economist, a former deputy prime minister of Polish government, while Poland was joining the EU, and what is most important, the inventor of a very specific movement, which I describe later on, called Open Eyes Economy, the promoting economy of values. So, without further delays, because I know we are already have some delays. Please, Diego Zoppi, the floor is yours. And
well, thank you. Thank you to all. I try to reduce the late, if possible. From the point of view of architects, we have to understand how we can introduce the big principle of NEB, of Davos Declaration, in the daily activities. And we go on. No? Sorry? Okay. I read that the motto of the Czartoryski, sorry for the pronunciation, museum here in Krakow is the past for the future. The founder of this monumental museum started to collect painting and arts works just as a past for the future. So today we have a big partner in our works, in daily works, that is technology, new kind of technology, new weight of technology. And so how we can use this huge, enormous giants just to approach the past for the future. Let me see just a bit provocative. The past for the future for our historical center very often became cities as brands. And cities as brand meaning illusion, speculative finance, marketing. In Milan, in this period, in the financial newspaper, there is a news that 20,000 euro for a square meter per year to rent a commercial room, and the same price is for the for the residential. So when we speak on NEB and beauty, sustainable together if you are billionaire, because if we use some street for this activities, it's correct because it became an attraction, an economic attraction. But when we became all the historical district, and this tendency we deliver to Prada, Google, Dior, or other global brands, the heart of our identities. And so, all of you remember, I think, Marc Auger, the famous sociologist, that he invented the idea that not places, that spaces of the three C's: circulation, mass consumption, and communication, just for lonely crowded. And today, at one time, so when he invented this definition, applied it on the airports, malls, some place that the same in all the world. But now, today, historical cities, the heart of our identity, maybe define it, not places. We have, unfortunately, today, urban cultural heritage is undergoing two opposite tendencies, because if they are excluded from over-tourism, it runs towards abandonment. Even if extraordinary buildings, in this case is a little place near Rome, 50 kilometers far from. If you go there, it's a fantastic place. You can visit lonely, silent, very calm. But if the place is included in the tourist circuits, it runs towards movida, excess of B&B, a representation of what is no longer true. And so, probably the past for the future that we want is cities as cities, not as brand. That's place of identities, not illusion. Solid economy, not speculative. And human relations, not marketing. So, high quality of life, basically. And of course, there is no universal care for that one. But if we can suggest a mix of function, is certainly a good antidote against gentrification and the loss of soul. I show you very shortly an example of Bologna, where the local administration 40 years ago started to work in the different scales, urban scales and the building scales. They started to plan foreseeing facilities, social housing, students' housing in the historical center, just to contrast, to fight against gentrification. And today, there is a strong difference between the historical center of these cities and other ones like Florence, Paris, or other, invaded by tourism. At the same time, heritage is physically, is stones. So they started to work with a minimum intervention units that was planned and widespread restoration at the building scale. And that's when it's important, because from one hand we have to work on the function, on the general framework, but it's important also to control it, to design the specific, each specific elements that make the heritage. Now, of course, there are many other innovative tools like the digital twins. Bologna is one of the most advanced in Italy too. Of course, the management of the historical cities must be not limited to buildings. It's deal with inhabitants and their lives. Tools like the digital twins may be a good tools, but we have to pay attention for the relationship between digitalization and the physicality of the place. If we go down to the urban, from the urban to the building scale, we have to ask what restoration for the old building stock. I love Hegel, and he said that when a phenomenon grows from a quantitative point of view, there is not only an increase in quantity, but also in a radical change in quality. And he spoke on this one, speaking on the earthwork, because he said if the light earthwork, nothing changed, but it's a strong earthquake, change completely the landscape. And the same is for our relationship with the technology. How to maintain a correct relationship between the techne in general, not only digital tools, and cultural heritage in these modified conditions. Because when we approach the ancient elements that cultural heritage is, every cultural heritage building has a technology of this specific coming from the construction era. Generally a craft technology, a craft attitude, and not in industrial ideas. The craft technology is not necessarily archaic, because there are buildings that are very, very innovative, most innovative than which of we are capable today to make, like this one, of course. But now our action is led by the industrial kind of meaning. That's a technology that uses standardization, a standardized solution that is a result of knowledge gained from comparison with similar cases. For example, in this case, we use some digital tools that using artificial intelligence, automatically we have information on the survey of the ancient wall and the weakness and the general static situation of a specific area or wall. But this kind of tools became efficient and useful, of course, if approached in a convenient condition. So we normally try to transform, to create this convenient condition. Specifically, AI is effective when used in a condition convenient. And so we prepare an environment tailored for it. So I think that we have to ask ourselves if AI copying humans or we copying AI. And it's important, this approach, because when we have to refurbish or to modify something coming from the past, this is important to maintain this idea that the cultural approach. The cultural heritage has a soul, its preservation, refurbishment, and evolution are cultural actions before technical ones. Anyway, speaking on technical approach, we think that that's when this image is a refurbishment of a big complex in the historical center of Siena, made by Guido Canali more or less 20 years ago. The cultural heritage, we think that have to learn as a big lesson on sustainability. Speaking of NEB principle, if we see the massive structure, the high density buildings, the green landscape, we discover that the urban and the urban scale of the cultural heritage, we have to learn from the past the long life cycle of the buildings, the waste reduction for recycling materials, because in this kind of buildings it's more easy to recycle that in the modern ones. And also the low energy consumption typical of this kind of buildings. And the urban patterns useful for green, slow mobility, for the proximity, and also the protection from climate change effects that the historical cities has instead of the modern cities. So we think that if we will be able to mix the cultural and the correct technical approaches, probably we can guarantee the protection and the evolution of cultural heritage stock. And using the modern and the innovative digital tools, probably we will continue to enjoy the high quality of cultural heritage buildings. So, thank you so much. I hope, Honorary.
So are we following?
Thank you, Diego. I think we will leave the questions for the after we hear the second panelist, Professor Hausner. The floor is yours, but I just want to draw your attention to the fact that Professor Jerzy Hausner is the founding father of Organized economy movement, which is a unique social economic event. It's also intellectual movement guided by the assumption that in economic life, economic values must be complemented by intangible values such as social involvement and responsibility towards the planet. And I think there are many similarities between NEP principles and also what, let's say, economy milieu here in our part of Europe, in Kraków, want to mainstream. Professor Hausner, Regenerative Power of Culture, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this possibility to present my perspective. I'll start from the same point as Diego. So saying that we have a problem with the modern cities. He presented the city as city of brand, illusion, finance, marketing, his words. So I would like to say that the problem with our cities is that they are transactional cities. The flow of capital, the flow of people, the flow is the most important factor of their functionality. But it creates a serious problems, and taking over tourism, taking the housing problems and many, many other problems mentioned also today, we have to find another approach to the development of the modern cities. People I work with, we call it regenerative economy, regenerative cities. And here is the conceptual framework of this approach. The regeneration is opposed here to degeneration, to something what is bringing us to destruction, deterioration, and degeneration concerns not only technical systems, but also social systems, cultural systems, and of course, biological bodies, organisms. And no, we are going not in this direction. What is the fundamental characteristic of this approach? It has to be far-sighted, not very short-sighted. It should be wide, not narrow. It should be rather transversal, should be not sectoral, should be rather landscape perspective, not a point-focused perspective. So we discussed in the context of localities, but also in the context of cities, various dimensions of regenerative processes, and we would like to link them in our urban design, considered physical, material aspect, with bioorganic aspects, with economic, social, cultural, and political. And I have no time to present all those dimensions and how to link them, because the central point of my today presentation is the question of cultural regeneration, cultural power of regeneration. Taking it as simple as possible, cultural regeneration takes place through multi-generational local cultural practices, but in this case it means forming a social imaginary that critically re-evaluates local heritage. This critical reinterpretation, re-evaluation of local heritage is extremely important. So understanding our roots, but also to understand our future, to understand and to make a choice about our future. So this is a very civic-oriented perspective. And therefore, so important for discussion about the regenerative power of culture is the question of right to the city. Janusz Sepio used this term tension, creative tension, as the very important aspect of such city as Kraków. Jacek Pruchla referred to cultural tensions which happened during the communist time. The material structure was neglected and deteriorating, but the cultural life of the city was very vivid. And it creates some resources which could be used afterwards when conditions, institutional conditions change. What does it mean, right to the city? It means that the city is developing mostly by the creative potential of its citizens. What it means, non-place, Marc Auger described us. It means that the place exists, but there are no citizens, there are no hosts, there is nobody to feel to be responsible for this place. Is treating this place as my place. I live not far from the market square in Kraków, but in some months I'm not going to a market square. If I would like to go, I'm going around, not straight, because I can't meet any person I know. And this feeling that you are in the Kraków market square and you meet people you know, and you stay and talk to each other is extremely important, because I feel it's my city, it's my place, I live here. I feel that I'm responsible for. If not, this is no place for me. And rights to the city is extremely important, because if we treat people as consumers and not as creators, we deliberately create the non-places, people in which there are no people responsible for. And it allows us to exploit heritage, but not create it or recreate it. As Jacek Purkla said, giving us a question, whose heritage it is? And there are two other questions. One question is who exploits and who creates? And what is balance between exploitation of heritage and recreation of heritage? This balance is extremely important question. So the regenerative approach is about identity, about also way how we consider our presence and our responsibility. And it means that if you would like to use this regenerative power of culture, of identity, we think about mental change means about bringing and developing alternative perspectives to what it is and what was and what we are thinking about. We have to change our perspective. We call it open eyes economy. It doesn't mean that we know better than other people, but we say we need different perspectives to think about architectures with urbanists, sociologists with physicists, to understand the nature of recent borders of our activity, also thermodynamic, material, energetic, but also bioorganic, social, and others conditions of our activity. So, give me an example. I took 2 slides from the presentation by a Polish architect living in and working in London, Agnieszka Zimnicka. This is the landscape of Canary Wharf, iconic example of architecture, of modern architecture. But what happened with the new financial city, new city of London, the center of economic London? What happened after global crisis, after Brexit, and after pandemic? All the vivid place with many restaurants, elegant restaurants, with many tourists going there, became to be empty, socially empty, became non-place. Even they were people, they were not living there. They were not treating the place as important. Also online working system allow people not to come even they were working in those corporations. What they try to do now is to bring culture, but not through festivals, not through spectacular events, but animation of practical, vivid living culture by different actors, allow people to start some new actions, and other people are coming. This is not revitalization in the architectural sense. This is a regenerative process in which culture is very important because it creates possibility of this architecture to be used in another way. We will not destroy it, we will not change it, but we could bring different actors and different aspects of social activity. So the essence of a regenerative approach is not to allow for deterioration. If you allow to deteriorate, then to rebuild, to renew is much more costly and takes much longer time. If you think about the positive aspects, not to allow deterioration, we discuss change. We discuss transformation, deliberate transformation, but based on creative power of citizens, not based on capital coming to our city and deciding what to be done here. Because they are thinking about heritage and the money, a capital, linking to heritage in a particular way. So city generates, and historical cities generates different sources of income. But if the income is coming from exploitation of heritage, it's not used even partly for recreation, critical recreation and changing and transformation of the heritage. This brings the whole process to degenerative aspect. Actually, it destroys the urban fabric of the city. Money which are focused on profit, on quick capital return, and mostly this money was coming to the cities, to Milano and other cities mentioned by Diego. It's a short cycle money. It's not only the question what is the scale of return, but how this money works. The money is used for a very short cycle. In the case of cultural activity, mental change, new perspective, we need completely different type of money, money which has to be used in a much more longer and patient way, because results will not come immediately. This is not the question of return. If you would like to maximize return on 1 square meters, you should do what you do. But the results will be, after decades, will be disruptive, will be catastrophic. Therefore, if you would like to use the power of culture as the regenerative power, the question is what financial instruments we need. Jacek Purchla mentioned that one of the deficiencies is that there are not tools which rulers, decision makers could use. One of those is a retention financial instruments which are coming as a part of the profit taken from those who use heritage and exploits heritage. The problem is not to allow them. They will find their way. But if you exploit heritage of the city, part of your profit could come to restoration, to recreation, to this creative power of citizens. Very important is that it will work also if we not forget creativity and imagination of the new generations, and we allow them to discuss heritage and the past, also to discuss about things which are treated here as very national and done. Each generation of Poles has to discover its own Chopin. Chopin, used only in a classical way, is Chopin who is killed by classical interpretation and classic understanding. But this is also a very different achievements of our culture. And the regenerative power of culture, if it's used in a proper way, also has one more very positive aspect. It prevents ideologization and politicization of our culture. It means that if we discuss that Kraków was, and to a certain degree should be, spiritual capital of Poles, it means that the Kraków will fulfill this role, also having new Wajdas, new our great poets, new achievements, and the young generation has a right to create and to use capacity of the city of its own and to discover the world, the cultural world of its own. Agata mentioned our Congress Organized Economy Summit. Next OS will be in November 2025. One of the major topics of this summit will be just regenerative power of culture. Thank you for your attention.
Well, I think that we are challenged by both presentations, and especially that they give a certain frame, and we see how parallel situation we have between values of New European Bauhaus and values of organized economy. But dear participants, if you would like to talk with both speakers, I suggest that we do it during the break, because we also want to respect the time of those people following us, and I'm very happy that the number of followers is stable. So that's very good. And we will be about to start lunch break, which will be served upstairs. So you have to take one floor up, either stairs or a lift. So the lunch break will be for 1 hour.
For 1 hour, yeah.
We will meet here
1:30.
1:30.
1:30.
I would like to ask you to register for if you are interested in a guided tour at the exhibition Thoughts Modernism, Architecture in Central Europe during the Cold War. You will be accompanied by two curators, my deputy, Dr. Łukasz Galusek, and head of our educational department, Dr. Michał Wiśniewski, who is here with us. They are two curators of this exhibition. So,
it will be just when we end our conference, so please take your time. It's absolutely worth to see it.
But we need to know how many of you will go at 5, and then 5:20. And now,
just a moment, because also we would like to show you the answer for the question: what additional strategies do you think would be effective in overcoming the challenges that the built heritage is facing? That's answers: making culture cool, more reuse of existing buildings, creating participation community, offer high quality traditional trade schools, new concepts for sharing these spaces. Well, 1:30 will be very strict for you, because we should also respect our online participants. Thank you, Midio. Thank you. Ruud, I think it goes well, yeah?
I'm happy this conference is over soon.
Hello Reto, ça va? J'ai vu toute la délégation qui est là.
Oui, j'ai trouvé une porte et puis bien sûr.
En plus, on les voit bien parce qu'il y en a un qui est un peu orange flash.
So, are we about to start our afternoon session? Please take your seats. I hope you feel a little bit regenerated as referring to our last or recent speaker. I think it's so important to find regenerative powers during the day, even for a short time. So, we will now start until the coffee break 2 more sessions. The first one on sustainability in the context of heritage will be moderated by Boris, and the next one in 1 hour, education and public participation, will be moderated by me. And I have a great pleasure to introduce and to ask to the stage, not just the moderator, Boris, please take your seat here, but Graham Bell, the board member of Europa Nostra, Rin Alatalu, ICOMOS Vice President for Europe, Karl Beckstrand, White Architects, ACE Vice President, and as far as I know, Professor Stefano Musso did not manage to...
He's on his way.
He's on his way. I'm very sorry for the yesterday fog above Kraków, which caused so many problems in getting to this beautiful city, yes, we should start. Please take seats. I hope that Professor Musso will join you during the session.
Now you. Well, thank you for introduction, Agata. Well, I must say that trying to be close to the subject, I just remember that the world is changing. That's obvious, yeah? And we are feeling this transformation. And Yuval Noah Harari is spreading before us the vision of dataism, in which artificial intelligence will replace almost all the professions. We are witnessing a remarkable acceleration. We have generations who remember, we are this generation who remember this non-digital world, but from the other hand, we have the young people who were born when internet was already existing. Yeah, so how do we define the role of heritage in shaping future and to respect all these challenges to protect the planet? Graham, I know that you will make us a short introduction, but I must tell that I'm really very impressed because you are an expert of European heritage. Although you are from the UK, you are the Hungarian ICOMOS member, and through your work at Europa Nostra, you certainly meet a lot of people, a lot of experts, and a lot of enthusiasts of new European Bauhaus and heritage and so on. So that's why I wanted to ask you, how can we better link European policies such as, for example, as a Green Deal with heritage? And how should academics, professionals, and professionals work together more effectively to achieve the sustainable heritage? But you know you prepared a few slides for us, so please feel free to present them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We use the word sustainability so much that we forget what it really means and how other people interpret sustainability. I could say that one of the ways of thinking about it is what happens next? And what are we doing to influence what happens next? And from Europa Nostra's perspective, what is our role in shaping what happens next? So I wanted to start with this slide because it's quite a famous quote. Sometimes it's restricted to thinking that something that is beautiful on a small scale causes a catastrophe somewhere else. And that was not the point of the quote. The point was that all of our actions, however they may seem to be insignificant, can have profound effects across our sector, our community, across the world. And one of the themes of this conference is about how the flap of the butterfly's wings can actually have profound effects through sustainability, through what happens next. And particularly, I'm interested, I think Stefan was asked the question earlier today, what's the relationship between the Architects' Council of Europe and Europa Nostra? What is the common ground? And in a sense, we're both trying to flap our wings and create a profound effect. So, though I worked as an architect for many years, and you could say that once an architect, always an architect, is that I want you to think of yourselves. I don't think I ever believed I would say to architects, please think of yourself as a butterfly. Think of yourself in terms of your ability to flap your wings and to create profound effects, because that really is what sustainability is about. The context here, the policy context, is, for example, European Green Deal, and for architects and for Europa Nostra, renovation wave. Because even if we have a policy remains a thesis unless it is given an application. unless it's given purpose, motivation, inspiration to convert into beneficial action. And within the renovation wave, you may or may not be familiar with some of the statistics that were set through European Green Deal. But by 2030, which is perilously close, the aim was that European Green Deal would influence over a third of Europe's buildings which are more than 50 years old. And that could include 135 million buildings. So if you're an architect in practice and you're thinking, how can I do something? How will my flapping wings have an impact that is not just project to project, but cascading through the whole sector of the historic environment and beyond? It's just to be aware of what those figures are, the capacity and the potential. And as Marcos mentioned this morning, the reality is that most of those inefficient buildings are residential. So we need to concentrate on how we can improve the lives of people who are living in buildings that are draining energy and draining their disposable income. So this is what happens when there is a lack of communication and coordination between architects and other building professionals. I couldn't believe when I saw this that the services engineers had come in to install systems, electricity, within a historic building, and what was left was this catastrophe, this, I could say, criminal outcome of this amazing 17th century building now wrecked by the actions of people who didn't know the consequences of what they were doing. And this is an example perhaps of where the butterfly is actually causing the catastrophe. But you know, in all of my professional career, architects are team leaders, they are inspirers, they are the people who can see the vision and then inspire others to implement that vision. But somehow here, either the architect was not available, but you know, we've got to stop this sort of thing happening. And then we've got examples like this, and perhaps architects like inspirational imagery, the idea that we're doing something heroic that is really inspiring society. And one of my roles, apart from being on the board of Europa Nostra, is in this building, which began for me as one of the 7 most endangered in Europe. It was built in 1982 as a storytelling center, a showcase for socialism for Bulgaria. By 89, of course, with regime change, it closed, and it's had an uncertain future ever since. And this building is, in a sense, hindered by ideology. But the initiative to see this as inspiring architecture on a site of national significance, indeed European significance, isn't being led by the politicians or a developer. It's being led by an architect, but not working as an architect as an inspirer, an influencer. And so what I would encourage all of you to do is think, even if you are practicing and you are really good and achieving things at the desk, at the computer, at the role that you have as a designer, just think about your role and how you could be the butterfly in all sorts of other ways by working with, whether it's communities or policymakers, asset owners, the portfolio holders. In a sense, I could say, get out more. Basically, extend your sphere of influence in the way that the architect who's taken on the challenge of this building is doing. Europa Nostra has an extraordinarily diverse sphere of influence. And in a sense, Buzludzia is the sort of thing you might expect. But the reality is that we are increasingly, since 2018, and the creation of such as the Cultural Heritage Network, and through 2018 European Year of Cultural Heritage, the Climate Heritage Network, the links with, such as in the last building, where we collaborate, not just with Europa Nostra, but with ICOMOS and with others, is to make it real. And in this example in the UK, which I've been involved with, this is about the embodiment of the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is not just about climate action, this is about all of the relevant SDGs to engage people, local economy, to avoid exclusion. So all of those things become relevant in the subject that we're talking about today. And I wanted to conclude with this slide, because in a sense, you might think, what's this got to do with what we're doing today? It's got everything to do with what we're talking about today. Because in a sense, this building in the background represents the predominant form of building, of architecture across Europe. It's in Romania. But, in a sense, it doesn't matter. It could be anywhere. It could be here. But the point is that we cannot, as practitioners, informed, conscientious practitioners, ignore the pressure on people across Europe who are increasingly suffering from buildings that were built of inferior materials or built in a hurry. And the purpose of this slide is to show that even in a place like this, there is not just life, but there is a sense of celebration of life. And I want to just leave the quote that it sounds silly. Everywhere is somewhere. And whilst we concentrate on historic buildings and historic areas and the characterization and the celebration of identity, just remember that for these people, somewhere is here. This is their place. This is their livelihood. This is for them. This is what architecture means to them in their lives. And it's about the bridging between tangible and intangible heritage, between their relationship of where they are and how they express that relationship. So I just want to conclude by saying, for me, this conference is about that relationship between Europa Nostra's very wide, roving agenda and the role of architects, and an encouragement, I feel, to get architects to work more as free range, to go out there and share that skill set, that ability to convert vision into reality.
Thank you. From the other hand, it requires also some education of our investors to approve that what we are doing and what we are thinking as an architect. Reen, your work on behalf of the monuments, heritage preservation in Europe, it's priceless. And at the same time, I imagine that as a member of the NEP Alliance, you are very open to the challenges of the 21st century. I would like to refer to the book which recently was published here in Poland by Philip Springer, and he makes the thesis that we should not build anymore. So he wrote, in today's space, which likes to rely on simple and clear signals, there is hardly any room for talking about such a complex problem as the need to reduce construction. So in relation to the subject, the issue we are discussing right now, I would like to ask you, how does ICOMOS define the sustainability of historic buildings, and what about the reuse of the construction? What are the barriers to promote reuse, and how can we overcome and support this movement.
Yeah, thank you. I would say that ICOMOS has been one of the leaders in promoting existing building stock as the core resource of the sustainability. And just to remind our report, Future of Our Past, from 2019, or quality principles for EU-funded documents, EU-funded projects, or green paper, that was a collaboration project with Europa Nostra. And by now, it's very good to say that the general policies the general policy trends are now finally concentrating on the retrofit of the existing building stock instead of, however, still dominating trends to demolish and replace it with, for example, zero energy buildings, but it contains demolishment in the sense. And even though now in theory we are concentrating more on retrofit, but the aspect of existing values and the traditional knowledge and skills, they are still overlooked in the energy efficiency ambitions. And I think that probably the devil lies in the ambitions to achieve a rapid change too quickly. The ambition to retrofit millions of buildings in a very short period may result in chasing quantity instead of quality. And to have a say in this process, ICOMOS Europe Group has a very, very active working group together with ICOMOS Scientific Committee on Sustainability and Energy Efficiency, ISCES. And we are in this working group, we are discussing the impact of the implementation of this Building Performance Directive in nation states so that we can really share the experience. And in this process, ICOMOS has advocated for not to make exemptions to protected buildings, but mitigations to all historical building stock that is now in this directive called as the buildings of architectural and historical merit. And there are several reasons for that. For example, the mostly that exemptions for protected buildings leave unprotected all the rest of the historical building stock, and the most vulnerable in this area are the vernacular buildings or the buildings in historical suburbs. And very often this is actually to leave them behind is in that sense careless, because very often the buildings, especially vernacular buildings and the suburb buildings, they have very similar constructions, so it is possible to find suitable solutions for a big group of buildings at the same time. And, but unfortunately, it's not self-evident. We need commitment for that. And the other reason why we are not favorable of exemptions is that we want to be the protected buildings also sustainable. And we have witnessed actually in real life that the exemption makes the designers, the architects and the engineers unfortunately very lazy. Instead, we should promote innovative solutions and sustainable use that do not harm the historical values. So, because generally it's not so difficult to, as the target of sustainability is usually embedded already in the historical buildings, because they had to maintain them at the time when they were built. We also, what we witness in our group is that it's really recommendable to see that there are countries and municipalities that have started to regulate and minimize demolition and force reuse instead. And I think heritage sector has a huge role here.
Can you give some examples?
For example, in Brussels, in Belgium, and there are some other countries coming too, but in Brussels it's really in process. But it's not just that very good, they have the regulations, but I think the heritage sector here has a huge role to promote these values of existing building stock, because it generally reflects the history of architecture and engineering, and the cultural and social history. And what was talked also today before, that after the architecture of the 20th century is very often labeled ugly or boring without thinking about its context. And again, to emphasize that very little part of our existing building stock was meant to be used in temporarily only, but they are meant to be, if you build something, you expect it to last and it to be a long-term investment. And many people in this working group, they are involved in research for the general solutions for different types of constructions in different climatic conditions that can be adapted to be used in unique cases. So standard solutions, but to adapt them to unique situations. And I think to promote this, the cooperation, especially with the architects, is really essential. Because the tuning of the historical building needs sometimes more creativity and is even a bigger challenge than designing a completely new one. And what I want to also emphasize in this EBBT process is the potential of to promote the inclusion of communities in these debates, and because the outcome of the directive influences everyone, as we were talking. It's mostly about the housing stock, and this is a great momentum to create awareness on the way how the buildings were built and the broader context why and how they were built.
Yeah, well, but as you told about the architects, that they should be aware that they should start the process, it also required some special policy on the national level because it is sometimes very difficult to fulfill the requirements, technical requirements, which are settled as the norms here, for example, for the buildings, and the heritage buildings, they can't fulfill all requirements. That's real problem. I must tell you that 25% of the existing buildings were built before 1940. So if we include those which were built before 1970, it would be more than half. Right now in Europe we have 1 million houses which are touched by energy poverty. Mm-hmm. The investment in the heritage buildings, of course, it's much more expensive, but sometimes very small investments can improve the energy norms, yeah, whatever. And that's a really problem. So I think, and I would like to ask you, what's ICOMOS advocacy towards this changing of the very strict laws and norms for old buildings? Because, of course, in the building directive, we have some exception for the building, but it might lead us to the point that we will redefine what's its heritage building, and it might happen that some country which is poor will say, okay, all the panel houses are heritage and we don't have to fulfill the requirements of energy requirements, yeah?
Yeah, that's true, and that's why we are talking about, which is now included into the building directive, that you can make mitigations, not exemptions, but mitigations to the buildings of architectural and historical merit. And for example, my own country, Estonia, we have now a funding scheme where for the historical houses, you need to step one energy class higher. So you are not asked to make a full retrofit into it. And so it's, there are other countries too. For example, in Germany, that we are taking the building stock much broader than the protected monuments. And this is something why we really needed this working group inside ICOMOS to share the awareness. But what we have learned from many countries is that the decision makers rely on very general data provided by the engineers that is not always applicable to historic buildings, as they do not take into account the historic constructions, but instead they try to adapt the standards for new buildings to the historical ones. So we get really inaccurate data. I have not done these calculations myself, but I rely on my colleagues on this. And this brings us to the measures that do not help us to achieve the improvement of energy efficiency at the end of the day. But even worse, they destroy the buildings, historical building stock, either in short term, but probably in long term, definitely. And here I'm not talking only about the carbon emission during the process of construction that is actually still overlooked in the decision making, but we have to find out that the calculations on energy consumption are really not correct. And I think this tendency is actually driven by the fact that there are not enough architects that are trained to study the logic of historical construction, and the lobby of huge construction companies that force us to use cheap unified solutions. And also, we have to admit that this is partly the outcome of the generous funding for renovation, because for the construction sector, it's business as usual. But however, the innovative solutions can foster the construction sector, which has an incredible ecological footprint, also to become more sustainable. So there is a good cause for us to carry on this work. And I think that heritage sector, together with architects, really has a big role to emphasize on the research-based solutions. And I just, for last comment, that in our working group, we also see that in many countries, the use of terminology might be dangerous. For example, retrofit may be a very trendy word for funding applications and projects, but retrofit is the addition of new technology or features to older systems, and many of the constructions don't need this. It may be even harmful. And we have also learned that, or actually, I can conclude with this rather conservative remark not to forget a very conservative but very sustainable concept of conservation, that you don't need to retrofit everything after all. You have to preserve and conserve and sustain it. I think it was a very good example from Dr. Burczla before, showing the tapestries of Kraków. And let's just remind us that they were not there only for beauty, but the tapestries have a huge importance in saving energy in our buildings in the wintertime.
Yeah, absolutely. I just imagine this wall you showed, Graham, that we should preserve it as for the future generation with this electrician sign. Yeah. Well, you talk about the huge companies, huge construction companies, but I may ask you if any one of you is working in a company which is over 700 people, 700 architects employed. Well, because Charlie is, yes, Charlie is, yeah. So I asked Charlie not as a president of the, or vice president of the ACE, but I would like to reflect to your knowledge and to your firm, which is designing in all over the world. And if I may refer once again to Harari, he wrote, in the last 100,000 years, we, Homo sapiens, have achieved enormous power. But despite all these discoveries, innovations, and conquests, today we are stuck in a deep crisis that threatens the existence of our spaces. The world is on the brink of ecological collapse. So, although we achieve so much, we are acting so destructively. So, according to your experience, according to the experience of such big firm, I really admire that you concentrate on the details, and you concentrate about the. You even go deeper in research in your projects, just trying to manage the footprint of the materials and so on and so on. I know that architecture is facing right now challenges from climate change, and how we can integrate sustainable design principles with heritage conservation. I know it's difficult to answer, but it will be interesting to hear from the person who is managing such big organization.
Thank you, Boris. And I would like just to say, I mean, yes, we are a big company, but I think it's very important to be contextual also. So we are really, when we are working outside of Scandinavia, we are mainly working in Scandinavia. When we're doing that outside of Scandinavia, it's always together with local practices. I mean, I think that's very, very important. I'm not supporting this, you know, fly in, fly out. I mean, if we're doing something outside of Scandinavia, it's also to learn something. I think it's a lot about knowledge sharing. So just to make that comment on that, because I think that's on sustainability solutions, of course, you need to understand your context. That's very important. And I think it's about asking the right questions to the client and to the stakeholders. That's the main thing, and that goes also for when it comes to preserving heritage. And as we have said, heritage is not only the protected buildings. It's a lot, at least for us, it's a lot about just talking maybe 30 years ago. I mean, those areas are now threatened, and they still have a lot of value. And just to share one case that came up for us a few years ago, that was in the city of Uppsala. Uppsala is one of the old university cities in Sweden. I'm sure we can track some relations to Kraków there. I haven't done my homework, but probably there is some connections. Even though in the city of Uppsala, one of the main Swedish developers, Vasakronan, they had a site there, or with an existing building, an office building from the 70s, and they asked for a new building on that site. They valued this as an office building that it would pay better for them to tear it down and build a new building out of that. But then I think we as architects have an obligation to question that. Is that really what's the first? I mean, ask the question, do we have to tear this down? What is the answer to that? And the answer was, no, it's not necessary to tear it down. And then coming back to what we heard before also, I mean, of course there is cultural values into the heritage. And in the long run, it's economical values into that, but sometimes you also need to speak on the short-term values to some developers and in order to convince them to do this. And in this case, we could, together with support from people that are even better than us to count, to show that, yes, it made quite quickly profit for this developer to stay with the structure rather than tear it down and build a new one. And one major point of that had to do with the time for construction. I mean, we know time is so important, so they could we together with us, the project could be transformed a lot quicker than doing a new build. And that's, of course, something the developer started to listen into. And then we all know, I mean, so first of all, keep the existing. I think that's one of the main sustainable design principles, not to tear down. And then, as has also been addressed, I mean, how do you bring new technology into existing structures? And I think there is also something to be aware of that, and you were hinting on this also, that sometimes when you do those calculations beforehand, they tend to be too positive to bring very much technology into a building, rather than when you do the post-evaluation of those buildings, they sometimes do not perform as they were expected. And in fact, it's the opposite for old buildings. I mean, they are underperforming in the calculation beforehand, rather than what they actually do perform with. And this is, I'm referring to a study from Munich University, so it's research-based what I'm saying, but it's really interesting here, I think, that, and here again, coming back, architects, I think we have an obligation to question sometimes those things, because it's very easy to just buy into those very good figures, sort of, and yeah.
Well, but you talk about the building, because white architect, and for sure you know from they are famous from the highest, or let's say the tallest wooden structure building, which was designed and already constructed in the north of Sweden. But what are your experiences in this field of New European Bauhaus, probably principles, with working with Kiruna? Could you tell people what was it, and what that was a big challenge, yeah?
Yeah, Kiruna, then we stay in the north, very north of Sweden. It's an old mining city, and not that old as a city, but it's old as a mining city from the late 19th century, and then it had this enormous mining or iron ore, I should say, that then made a lot of money for Sweden as a whole, and the governmental company in particular. And of course, a city was established around this mining industry, and suddenly, or not, it was not a surprise, but what happened was that there were very big risk for this city to implode because of the iron ore and how the mining went on. So probably 10 years from now, it was this competition to see how can this city move in order to continue for the mining, but also people to make people stay in the city of Kiruna. And I think for us then, happening to win the competition, the important thing was to start talking with the people in Kiruna before we did any sort of vision on what it would look like, in order to understand what is it really that is a heritage for those people living there. What do they want to bring with them into this new place of the city that is very nearby there, and it will be in success. Yeah, it will move over a long time, of course. So it was sort of a 50-year perspective on this. And of course, those interviews, there were surprises. I mean, it was not only the obvious things, we want to bring the church, we want to bring that and that. I mean, there's small details, I mean, that will bring the memory of the old city into the new one. And I think, and some of that has been managed, but not all. And I think one way of why we didn't manage it to be, I mean, it's still ongoing, so it's just in the beginning, but unfortunately some very important old things has already now been demolished. And one was the city hall that was not regarded among some politicians as so important, while it had a lot of importance for the people there, because this was in fact the building where very big debates have taken place in the 60s. You know, it's really in the memory for people. And it could have been taken care of and moved, but it wasn't, because they didn't really listen into to the people. I think it's very important to understand what is really the heritage when you are doing such a thing.
Well, just notice that the process was 10 years ago, and it absolutely fulfills that what we call nowadays approach to the designing, which we fulfill the requirements of new European Bauhaus. It's that what Ruth Chageman told for the message for this year for architects. Don't forget about the roots, and come back to them and respect them, because mostly in some countries, in some talks, in some our intervention, we are talking about the European Bauhaus, but we are not just naming it, wording that's the new European Bauhaus. It's coming to our roots. Well, I'm very impressed what you talk about the practice and to approach to the heritage, because it's very important, and it fulfills also that what you previously told. We don't have Stefano Musso, who talked yesterday in Frankfurt. He arrived to Kraków, but in 10 minutes he will be here. But we have just a few minutes time for our panel. But I must tell you that it was a very serious conversation between in our board of Architecture Council of Europe. Shall we establish heritage work group or not? And we conclude that there are some organizations like ICOMOS, like Europa Nostra, which are talking about heritage, and mostly about the heritage and related to the architecture, to the historical buildings. And we should fulfill a little bit the gap how to protect these mostly 20th century buildings, which should be preserved for the future generation, and how to maintain them to meet the requirements of 21st century. That is what we are doing, and I hope that when we come to our General Assembly in Prague, we'll come with the recommendations to our member organizations. Well, and finally, I have one more question to each of you. Well, what's the most important step that architects, policymakers, and heritage professionals should take today to ensure a sustainable future for our cultural heritage? Rin, may we start with you?
I think the easiest way is really for the architects. I see this process is ongoing already, that the architects in the training and education concentrate also on the historical buildings and the historical constructions. I have my own experience from working in Italian municipality, and I remember from 10 years ago, the young architects came with new plans and really replacing the historical buildings. But now when I'm teaching in Academy of Arts and I see our sister department of architecture, they are more or less taking over the work of us conservators because they are training young architects to understand the historical buildings. And I think this is really something that should be followed and continued.
Graham.
The one message I would send to anyone is change mindsets first. One of the largest urban regeneration programs I was involved with over 6 years, the attitude was one of skepticism. People could not believe that a city could change. And unless we change the mindset of the asset holders, the portfolio holders, the municipalities, the people who have the ability to make change, then any investment is wasted. So that's the message, and it needs to follow through. And I'm thinking about some of the places that I trained with Ralph Erskine, and he has been active in the places that you are describing. But his investment was the capacity building of local people to take responsibility.
Thank you. So never give up. Never give up, yeah? Charlie.
No, I think it's important we get out of our bubbles. We start talking with each other, cross disciplines. We heard on the regenerative here how important that is, and I think that is the way to move forward, to talk and in new constellations.
Thank you. We are lucky enough. We have Stefano with us. Stefano, we know that you stuck in Frankfurt and you are traveling, so you are absolutely excused. We are a little bit out of time, but Stefano, first of all, is a chair of our Heritage Work Group. But Professor, former EIA president, UIA expert, chairman of many groups.
Too many medals.
We discuss a lot of issues together, and we had a lot of very interesting conversation. But as we are out of time, so I would like to ask you about one aspect which is I found very interesting. You mentioned design as an act of culture. How can architects balance an understanding of culture with the technical solutions for sustainability?
Well, first of all, I apologize, but it was not my fault, of course. It was the fault of climate change in Kraków. and at the end, it was a very unsustainable travel, by the way. Yeah, I think that first of all, but I'm not the first one who thinks in this way, Vitruvius, first of all, said that architecture is something linked to culture, is creator of culture. And it's not the case that architecture didn't enter the university systems till very recent periods in Italy, by the way, in the 30s of the last century. Because when the present system, let's say so, university system in Europe was founded by von Humboldt in Germany, dividing the knowledge and the know-how to do in different disciplines, he didn't know where to put architecture, because it's not science, it's not technique, it's not technology, but it's not science of nature, but it's not in the same time only humanities or history or art or beauty. It's something in between. And that's the real challenge for architects forever. The problem is that since the time of Vitruvius, the world has changed. And we don't have anymore only the three main pillars of the architectural knowledge, firmitas, utilitas, venustras, the search, the look for beauty, stability and usefulness. We have much more needs, much more requirements, much more values. And I quoted the term value because heritage is strictly linked to the attribution or recognition of values. But heritage as values are not stable, are not fixed in times. They change in time. They change from people to people. What is for us, architects, something that should be preserved, because under our point of view, is a good result of a balance between technical solutions and architectural or thinking or cultural thinking. For other people, it's not at all something to be preserved. And we have to face this challenge. We don't have to follow the stream. We have to encourage society in recognizing that something, as it has been written, that we upskill, that we refurbish, that we restore, that we refurbish nowadays, can be an heritage in the future. But what we demolish is lost forever, as Leon Battista Alberti already said in the 15th century. So, in my opinion, as I said to my student, first of all, a design that is quite a strange activity, human activity, is in between science and art, is a creative act, is a proactive act, is mainly a cultural act. Then, of course, it should be based on strong technical, technological, scientific basis. But it's first of all a cultural act, and we have to stress this particular nature of our work. We are in between the two worlds, on the edge, on the frontier.
For me, it was very interesting because you just made a warning. If we kill values, we destroy heritage. And does it vice versa also, that when we destroy heritage, we kill values?
Of course. I read yesterday a very interesting quote by Sigmund Freud that was quoting Wolfgang Goethe that said, if you really want to inherit what your ancestors gave you, left you, you have to reconquer it. Inheriting is not right only accepting something from the past. Money, I don't know, human attitudes or abilities, but is investing for the future, is relaunching to give new meaning. And that's the way, that's the reason why I don't like very much the expression of adaptive reuse. Because every reuse, if you think, is adaptive. Otherwise, it's not a reuse. The problem is to decide what you gain and what you lose in adapting. That's the crucial point. And that's a cultural issue, not a technical one, or at least not only a technical one.
Stefano, can you repeat this very wise sentence to be the conclusion of our panel? Can you repeat it?
I don't remember what I said.
You said the
I'm
thought,
a little bit out of order.
The thought about philosophy.
Yeah, Sigmund Freud, quoting Wolfgang Goethe, said, if you really want to inherit something that your ancestors left you, you have to reconquer it, to give it a new meaning in the present and in the future world. We are architects. We are creating and modifying the world. And as I say to my students, I don't know, any other professional can forget architecture, can forget his own work when night go home. Architect can't forget never architecture.
And let
but
it be,
but
yes.
Also the owner of a pharmacy has to do with architecture because he has to go in a place where he has his shop. He has to live in a house, he has to use the... So nobody is completely outside architecture, far from architecture. The problem is that a lot of people do not know. It's our duty, it's our commitment to explain that everyone has to do with architecture.
And let this thought of Sigmund Freud be conclusion of our panel. Thank you very much.
Sorry again.
Yes, and this was at the same time a great introduction to the next panel, a panel dedicated to education and public participation. And of course, while there was a certain notion repeated a few times at least, change of the mindset. And I think we will show with the examples here the process of changing mindset. Okay. So I have a great pleasure to invite Stefan Balici to join me on the stage. And also Piotr Lewicki from Lewicki Łatak Architectural Studio. The other two, they are online. I hope that Jonas Klavvunos, Olaf Gravert are already with us online.
We're invincible.
So, are other two guests with us online? Can they follow? Well, I assume they are. So anyway, I'm happy that I can chair this particular panel about the implementation of the values of European Bauhaus into life, as it requires a very broad educational campaigns and also positive examples. And as probably you know, Europa Nostra is running since more than 20 years now. And in fact, the program was in life even before. But since 2002, the Europa Nostra Awards became European Heritage Awards funded by European Commission. So it's already 22 years when we are trying to appreciate magnificent cases in very different categories. But one of the categories is category conservation, and I'm sorry, Professor Musso, adaptive reuse, because still we try to, in heritage sector, we are very much keen to find a proper new function for any historical building. So this conservation and adaptive reuse, this category is about outstanding projects aiming at conservation, regeneration, adaptation to new uses of cultural heritage, including cultural landscapes. And we have with us today Stefan Balici, whom you already know, the president of Romanian Union of Architects, who will present Order of Architects, yes, who will present to us an unusual case, which was this year awarded with Grand Prix, but also Public Choice Award, the Saxon Church in Almavi in Romania, as something, as a project that was a very processual project and at the same time with extremely big social or civic engagement. And if I may add just one sentence from the juries, the sustainable approach is evident in high-quality results achieved with limited funding. I think this is also something that, while referring to the previous panel, we should remember of. Please, Stefan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, limited funding and a long time, which is a very good thing when you are working with heritage. This is an issue with these European funded projects sometimes, that they have to run in a very short stretch of time. So, coming back, so this is Alma V that you see on the screen, the fortified church. Just a few words about the context so that you understand also the value of the public participation in this particular case. This is one of the Saxon villages of Transylvania, which were established starting with the 12th century as a colonization of this area by the Hungarian kingdom, and thus came into being a number of communities, over 200 villages in this area that existed on this ground for about 800 years, and that suddenly moved away. In 1990, after the Romanian Revolution, the Saxon communities decided to emigrate to Germany. And in a very short stretch of time, only a few months, from May till October or something like that, 200 villages became empty almost. And it was a massive change of population. And of course, those villages had small Romanian communities and Roma communities, in some places Hungarian communities. But the majority of population was of German origin, so-called Saxons, and they left. So this is a huge challenge to this day, taking care of this heritage that doesn't have its original custodian community in place. And this was the case with Alma V. And I will see, so a bit of a general view of the village and of the church. And now the main actor who initiated the whole process, which is an NGO, the Mihai Eminescu Trust, an NGO that is active in the area for more than 20 years, that has implemented until now more than 1,200 projects in the communities of the area, and that works under this concept, the whole village, a concept that is supposed to, I will see what's happening, is supposed to involve the entire community on all levels of activity in the projects that they develop, where cultural heritage is not an end per se, but it's more of a vehicle for community building and development. And the Mihai Eminescu Trust arrived in Alma V in 2007, I think, and started to develop small projects with the community. We will see.
We have some technical problems. I hope you can imagine.
It's not a problem. We'll go through the pictures fast afterwards, but I'll keep on explaining. So they developed projects starting with renovating the old school building together with the families and the children, establishing workshops for craftspeople where they could develop an activity that is viable and also rooted in the local traditions, and also establishing small businesses and creating opportunities for such businesses in tourism or connected to tourism, because the area is really attractive, particularly attractive and beautiful. It's also nature protected, and it contains a number of UNESCO listed such ensembles of fortified churches. Alma V is not UNESCO listed, but it belongs to the same type of heritage. And when we arrived there, I was the lead architect of the team who did the conservation planning for this project. And when I was called by the Mihai Eminescu Trust, which I had been worked before with, when I was called in, the discussion started not just how to restore the building. more or less we know how to approach such a question, but what to do with it? And what should be the end function of it? We were already in the point where the foundation had run a number of projects, exploratory projects with the community, trying to plan for the future of the village, starting with urban planning, large scale, and down to individual projects. And then in our discussion came this idea to turn it into an interpretation center. And in this case is even more relevant, the interpretation center, because we are talking of a heritage that is not today managed by the community who is the continuator of the community who created that heritage. Even more so, the people in the Roma community or the Romanian community in the village had never entered this monument until we arrived there to start doing, the preparation, the research for the conservation planning. They had never seen it inside. It was the first time for them. So it was important for us to find a way to make this heritage accessible, not just physically, but more intellectually, to as wide a community as possible. And the project involved a lot of initial research, as it should be in each case. So we did archaeological testing and then excavations, and yeah, we have pictures. So you see the ensemble and some houses in the village, and the small projects that I mentioned, the renovation of the school, establishing workshops. This is a blacksmith workshop, and then another one for metal working. And these are tourist accommodations that were installed in old traditional Saxon houses. And then the church, the fortified church that now is functioning as an interpretation center and also as an exhibition space, the church itself. Because the Saxon community is completely gone from this village, there is just one more person. So the church is not in use as a religious space any longer. And the Center for the Interpretation of Traditional Culture, we named it, actually includes the stories about everyday life in the Saxon community that is no longer there. And all these are exhibited in the church. These are images in various points during the process when the people from the village, the present population, just came for the first time inside and saw the interior of this fortified precinct, then planning sessions with the people, and then when the restoration was over, cultural events, community events, gatherings, and a lot of other functions that are now possible in this ensemble that used to be like this, overgrown with vegetation. It's a fantastic building in terms of architecture history. It's an ensemble that has developed starting with late 13th century, and until 19th century we have many phases. Fantastic wooden roof frame, Gothic frame, then a Baroque wooden frame on another part of the building. So every phase is really significant in terms of the traces and vestiges. Just an overview of all the transformations that this went through, and a bit of the planning process that incorporates all the knowledge that we got from the research on the ground, archaeological, architectural, structural, and then of course all the complementary investigations like biological, mural decoration, and so on. I'll stop here, but the thing is that this project actually, even if we started in 2011, so way before New European Bauhaus, it actually responds to the core values of NEB and also to the processes, because it was participatory, it was multi-level, it was transdisciplinary. In various degrees, of course, but it's really an example that is possible to be analyzed under the framework of the New European Bauhaus.
Thank you very much. I think indeed that is why we invited you to speak about this particular project, because also we are all living in a world that when we want all, it's a human, very quick results, and this is not the case with such projects. Micro.
Just one last slide with the team that was involved. Just for anyone of us who's doing this, it's normal that such a project can only be done in a large team and very complex in terms of professional backgrounds.
Thank you, Stefan. Now we will invite Jonas Sklavounos, co-founder of and project manager of Buluki. First, as I said, we will hear two cases of awarded cases by Europa Nostra, and then we will be able to hear a little bit different stories. But Jonas, are you with us? Can we?
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
So, Buluki, what is Buluki? It's a traveling workshop on traditional building, based in Greece. And Buluki was the laureate in the category Education, Training and Skills. So it's a kind of a collective of architects, engineers and heritage professionals. I'm sure you will be able to present your work in a more comprehensive way. I just want to add one sentence from the jury's note, that Buluki sets a strong example for further restoration projects, highlighting the transformative power of heritage in promoting sustainable development. Jonas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I will try to share my screen. It says that the host has disabled participant screen sharing, so I cannot share my screen right now. Could we check this?
I think we can.
Okay. Yes.
Yes. Is it working?
Do you see the first slide?
No, we still see you.
Oh, why is that? Just 1 second. How about now?
Yes. Oh, yes. There is something. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
It's okay. Please go on.
All right. So many thanks and good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, I'm Jonas Sklavounos. I am an architect and co-founder of the crafts collective Buluki. On behalf of our group, I would indeed like to thank the Architects Council of Europe, Europa Nostra, and all the people involved in organizing this conference on the transformative potentials of heritage, especially in relation to the values of the new European Bauhaus. Buluki is a collective that studies traditional ways of building. In a nutshell, our goal is to contribute to a renewed building culture, both in Greece and beyond, one that draws deeply from traditional knowledge while striving towards sustainable construction practices today. In Greek, Buluki means gaggle, traveling group. It is a word with cross-cultural roots that evokes the journeying companies of builders and craftspeople. Here you may see an image of one such Buluki from the 19th century, which hopefully conveys in a non-idealizing way the everyday realities and the material conditions within which these groups lived, worked, and traveled. Drawing inspiration from these historical practices of journeying, collaborative work, and learning through doing, our group functions as a civil non-profit company based in Athens and operating throughout Greece. Our team includes architects, archaeologists, heritage scholars, engineers, artists, and of course, the seasoned craftspeople who serve as tutors and trainers in our projects. Focusing on heritage sites in remote areas of mountainous and island Greece, our team organizes projects of participatory restorations of cultural landscapes, which we combine with practical training programs. So professional apprenticeships and hands-on workshops These craftspeople train young practitioners, students, and professionals in architecture and related fields. One project I would like to highlight today is Under the Landscape, which offers, let's say, a comprehensive overview of how our team approaches education, training, and skill development. This 2-year initiative took place on the small volcanic island of Thirasia in the Aegean Sea, located opposite the well-known tourist destination of Santorini, and more specifically in the nearly abandoned cave settlement of Agria. In this photo, you may see how the cave dwellings in this settlement were carved into the soft volcanic soil known as Thiran earth. This unique material, composed mainly of volcanic ash and pumice, plays indeed a key role in the local building tradition. Historically, local communities mixed Thiran earth with lime and water to produce mortars for building their houses, for plastering interiors, as well as for waterproofing cisterns to collect rainwater. So in this project, Buluki undertook, let's say, a dual task. First, to rebuild the dry stone path leading to the settlement church, and second, to repair 2 underground water harvesting tanks connected to the footpath using the traditional, let's say, local traditional technique of the forged mortar, of the patito, for which I will say more in a minute. So participants were therefore engaged in work both on the path, here are some pictures from the project, as well as beneath it, receiving training in both dry stone construction as well in the local technique of the forged mortar, which was traditionally used to seal the interiors of the cisterns. Here you may see how participants were introduced to the technique of the forged mortar from the skilled local craftsmen who collaborated with us. And I should also say that long before this workshop, Buluki had initiated an interdisciplinary research to recover and document this nearly forgotten technique of the forged mortar. This research involved interviewing senior craftspeople who still remembered how to collect the raw materials, prepare the mixture, and apply it. It also included analyzing samples from historical structures, developing new mixtures in the laboratory, and rigorously testing their properties. These tests assess the durability of different syntheses against salt and water, their thermal conductivity, as well as their mechanical properties. We also reproduced the forged mortar technique in the laboratory and observed its waterproofing capabilities. So the insights gained through this research were applied to restore the cisterns using materials that had been evaluated and fine-tuned in the laboratory. And here you can see some photos of the process of restoring the cistern. And so through this research conducted both in the lab and on the site, our team, let's say, explored the vernacular technique of the forged mortar in depth and trained a new generation of craftspeople in it, while at the same time restoring a key part of this settlement. So here are some photos from before our intervention and afterwards, so the path before and after, and the mouth of a cistern before and after the project, and the interior of the cistern before and after. This project was not, let's say, only about research and restoration. Under the Landscape also included something equally important, namely an artist residency. Indeed, Buluki invited sculpture students from the Athens School of Fine Arts, along with their professors, to stay for 12 days at the historic monastery of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary, located at the southern tip of the island. During this residency, they explored, let's say, the artistic potentials of volcanic ash mixed with lime, focusing on its plastic and expressive qualities. And here are again some photos of the process. And some photos of the final results, let's say, sorts of different outcomes. And even some, let's say, site-specific artworks, some spontaneous pieces that emerged as the students gathered here on Earth as a raw material from different parts of the island. So these moments, let's say, also raise an important point about the value of engaging directly with natural materials, understanding where they come from and how they are sourced. And it's a hands-on approach that contrasts in a way with the idea of large-scale extraction, right? Showing how this type of work can also contribute to caring for and enriching cultural landscapes. Finally, all these aspects, so scientific research, practical training, and artistic exploration, were presented and further expanded the following year through an exhibition and an academic symposium. The symposium brought together young researchers and established scholars from fields such as architecture, art history, geography, and anthropology. And together they critically examined different uses and meanings of the concept of landscape today, and explored how the collective care of specific landscapes can provide a common ground for alliances, let's say alliances between different kinds of knowledge and between diverse actors. And in the same spirit, the exhibition showcased the research that informed the restoration work and the training activities, alongside the creative contributions of students and local artists. And in this way, I think that this project really reveals our team's pluralistic approach, if I may say, to education and knowledge transfer, and how these are indeed inextricably tied to public participation. So how create communities of practice and communities of knowledge, where different actors can collaborate and jointly rekindle local building traditions, revitalize historical structures, while observing how these connect with the living landscapes that surround them. And with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Indeed, this is, sorry, I need to wear both glasses and the micro. This kind of project is on one hand side, to a certain extent even poetic, but on the other so desperately needed to cross disciplines and make transdisciplinary approach. So Jonas, congratulations again, and thank you very much for joining us. I hope you will stay, because I am watching also for the phone, but because maybe there are questions from the chat. And now we will be back again to the room and even to Kraków, with the case that is not over, or that is not, we might even not say it is successful case. It is in a process. I mean, we have with us Piotr Lewicki, who is a half of the architectural office Łatak Lewicki. Kazimierz Łatak is your partner. You have been working together for many years already, and you won the competition for museum and architecture of architecture and design that is going to be installed or established in a former Cracovia hotel. And Cracovia hotel is this particular example. Was designed by Kraków architect Witold Cęckiewicz. The hotel was opened in 1965. At that time, it was, I think, the largest and one of the most modern hotels in Poland. And it's together with adjacent cinema, it's one of the most valuable complexes of post-war modernism here in Kraków and maybe even Poland. And this particular hotel was closed about 20 years ago, and 14 years ago. And there were different plans to convert it into the mall or other different purposes, but remembering that it is still in the very center of the city, at a certain moment, a very huge let's say activist movement went into, especially simply social engagement changed the path of this hotel, because simply the society, NGO, the civic society decided or influenced on the authorities to prevent this hotel for disappearing, in fact, from the map of Kraków. And the hotel was bought by the government of Poland even, and delivered or given to the National Museum. I will finish here. Piotr, the floor is yours, because you won the competition to transform this particular building. It is a very, very difficult task, and everything is still in the game, as I might say.
Yes, thank you for inviting us to this conference and for giving us the chance to show it the project, which is somehow a link to the exhibition you have upstairs, and you will see it later on, because this is an example of a socialist modernist building, by the way, designed by our professor and our master of Krakow Technical University. So I will start with just showing you the location of this building. This is a quite important spot in the map of Krakow. So you see the historical downtown in the center, the main market square we are sitting right now, and then there is an axis southwest oriented, which goes through Piłsudskiego and then Fosza Avenue, with the end on the Kościuszko Mound. And at the crossroad of this axis, with the second ring, which is Aleja Trzech Wieszczy, you have this building facing the National Museum of Krakow, and then there is a large meadow called Błonia. This is a very important place in Krakow. The story of this site, the contemporary story of the site for us starts with the competition for the plan for the Greater Krakow, which was organized in the beginning of the 20th century. And as you can see, this is an enhancement and an expansion of the city of Krakow by the end of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. This is the plan of the winning entry of the competition.
We've seen this the same slide
Okay.
this morning.
Sorry.
In Professor's Bowl.
Anyway, there were different approaches and different projects for the site. This is one of the end of Wolska Street, nowadays Piłsudskiego Street, facing this meadow, Błonia, and the Kościuszko Mound, which commemorates the commander Kościuszko by the hill. Or other competitions like this one, which is a competition to create a public square in front of the National Museum of Krakow, top right corner, and the other public building, lower left corner. There were other plans during the war. The German administration planned to build a governmental district there. And after the war, there was a Krakow architect, Jan Krug, who just on the site in front of this National Museum of Krakow designed a district council of trade unions. And this building was under construction in the beginning of 50s in the style of a classical socialist modernism. And then the construction stopped in 56 due to some political changes we had at that time. And after 56, and after the obligation to have this style of classical historicism, there came Professor Tęckiewicz with his, let's say, more freedom idea to build a luxurious hotel, a sign of a new time of Gomułka at the time, and he designed a huge hotel of 300 units just in front of the National Museum, and then the movie theater, which is hidden behind the hotel building. This was a building, let's say, one of the first modern construction at the time in Krakow. It was named by this press article as a most modern construction in Krakow, using at that time, modern technologies. And the building was inaugurated, opened in 65 with this kind of this glamorous style of the 60s, as you can see on these images from that time. Then the hotel was on and was operating until 2010. Then the operator sold it to a private developer, a private company, who planned to demolish it and to build a shopping mall on site. But then there was a large debate. I can see Dorota Leśniak and Michał Wiśniewski, who were involved in this process of, let's say, social movement to keep it, because it is a very important building in a very important site, and we don't want to have another shopping mall in this center, especially in this historic corner by this second ring and the National Museum. And after a large debate, the building was listed into a landmark list of monuments by the local authorities, and it was bought in 2016 by the government, by the state of Poland, and given to the National Museum. This is the present state of it. You can see the movie theater, Kyiv movie theater in front, and then the hotel building, and then the National Museum. And the building is closed since 2000. I don't know, 14 or something like this, is closed. It's not more operating. There are some shops on the ground floor. And a year ago, we had the chance to win the public competition to convert it into an architectural and design museum. And this is an example of a so-called adaptive reuse. I'm sorry to use this term. Anyway, we try to adapt it and to convert it to a new function, which is a museum. We just now have opened, let's say, 2 days ago, a process of public consultations, of public discussions. There will be a series of public meetings, 3 next Mondays with a public debate, to have a feedback from the Krakow Society on the details of this project. And what I show you is our concept from the competition, because as you can imagine, this is an ongoing process which will last, I believe, at least 10 years, maybe, or something like this. We are still on the beginning of this road. So this is the site, and we had an approach to this building that we don't want to better it. I mean, we just want to restore it as it was in '65 when Cęckiewicz did his job. And our approach is more an urban design project. And we thought that we'll use a path which is parallel to the second ring, a pedestrian path. I'm a driver, but my partner likes to walk, so he walks and he discovered that there is a path. You can, from Młynówka Królewska in the north, you go through Park Krakowski, by the end of Biblioteka Jagiellońska, National Museum. You can cross this museum building, and you take another street, which is Starokomli, and you reach the Vistula river banks. And we thought, okay, we'll enable this crossing through the building, even when it is closed. And this is an urban design project, not an architectural project in this terms. I mean, we just have the square on the northern side of this hotel building. The square will be inclined, enable people to pass under the hotel building to cross on the southern side, where we plan an internal garden within this city block. This is an axonometric view. You can see the National Museum, this square on the northern side, and the internal garden in the block between the hotel building and the movie theater and these housing buildings. This is the cross section. As you can see, the square is inclined, something like, I don't know, Piazza del Campo in Siena or Plateau Beaubourg in Paris. It is inclined and enables you to pass under the hotel to reach the garden, the mysterious hidden garden inside the city block. Well, I'm not going to explain all the details of the plans. This is the passage, the ground floor, which will be open to other functions, not strictly museum, but like library, shops, workshops, and so on and so on. Then the floors are designed to be museum exhibition space. One of the problems of this building is that it has a really low floors. I mean, the floor is 2 meters 80 from floor to floor. 2 meters 80 is not enough for an exhibition space, of course, unless you want to show design like, I don't know, jewelry, no? So we decided to cancel some of the floors to have a double space, which is more than 5 meters, or even 10 meters, which is on the corner facing the second ring. And then inside we put the architectural objects and models and drawings and design artifacts. One of the aspects, of course, is the technical aspect. I mean, how to make this building more energy efficient, more sustainable. So we decided to give this building a second skin, an internal second layer of a facade, which helps us to control the climate and to give some natural ventilation on the facades. This is the image of the square in front, on the garden inside, and some images of the plastic we delivered together with the drawings. And that's all. I would like to say that I'm very glad we'll meet tonight at the gala in the Czartoryski Museum, because it was also our design and one of the most important projects in our portfolio. And I hope you will enjoy it tonight. Thank you.
Piotr, thank you very much. Indeed, you will be able to admire and appreciate the interior of Czartoryski Museum, but before that, I just would like to draw your attention to another project which will not be presented here, but one received also the Europa Nostra Award, which is Royal Belge, and it's very similar building from the 60s, which was transformed in a most, let's say, beautiful and sustainable way. I think that there are a lot in common between those two projects. And another case, it's the Slovak National Gallery in Bratislava, designed by Vladimir Diedeček in late 70s and built in late 70s, which in fact was meant to be even demolished at the year 2001 or something, but was a year ago also modernized and renovated in an absolutely most beautiful and amazing way. I hope those of you who will stay for the guided tour will be able to see this building on some of the photographs. But I do recommend going to Bratislava while traveling via Vienna, because it's a very short way. Yes, Snezhka, I see your hand. I don't know if you want to ask something.
I just wanted, because while admiring what you have achieved here in Krakow with saving the Cracovia hotel, my heart is bleeding, because as we are speaking, they're destroying in my native city, Belgrade, the Hotel Yugoslavia. It was very similar building. And suddenly I'm thinking, you know, it's urgent that we have these good examples from various countries where these places were saved, in order to help the activists in places in the Balkans or elsewhere then unfortunately the governments do not have the same level of enlightenment, I would say, as you had here in Krakow or other places. So it's really, we are facing, in Belgrade especially, but in Balkans, but especially in Belgrade, a wave of destruction of buildings, of quality architecture from that period, which somehow people there deserve some kind of solidarity, European solidarity. Europa Nostra is helping, but perhaps even ACE and ICOMOS is helping as well. I think there is a sort of an activism that we can do together to help those who are trying to avoid these cultural tragedies to happen.
Yes, and in the case of Cracovia, I must say that it was really a generational change, because the building itself was saved by very young people who had no, let's say, bad memories and dissonance. They didn't see any dissonance in this particular building. They didn't have bad memories with the communist past. They simply saw the value in the building as such, and also in its public, let's say, impact, public functioning. And also a lot of artists were involved. There was, and Michał Wiśniewski, who is the co-curator of our exhibition, was also one of the leaders of this movement. There was a really surrealistic artistic performance with many people on the streets going through the streets to Cracovia hotel. So, but I think to be fair with, I know there is one more, but can we keep your question to the end, because I don't want to keep the last speaker too long. I think it will be fair if he can also talk in time. Olaf Graver, the campaign manager of House Europe Initiative. I think his presentation will close and complement wonderfully what he have been presenting here, especially that from the website of this initiative, you wrote that the transformation takes time, and we have to come up with simple yet specific roadmap, which is preservation, adaptation, renovation, and transformation. But I would add, in case of all post-war architecture, appreciation and valorization first. Without that, let's say, taking ownership and taking the responsibility, nothing would happen further. Olaf, the floor is yours. Happy that you are with us and that we have connection.
Thank you very much. It's great to be able to speak and present our initiative. I will share my screen. Where's the play button? Okay. Can you see it in full screen? Yes, I think so, no?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. It's a perfect continuation. Thank you so much for the presentation before, but also already thank you for the comments and also your comments and this question, or bringing up that actually it was a local initiative that saw the value, because this is also the title of my short presentation, the value question. Which values do we speak about, and which values are the basis today to preserve a building, and how do we have to shift basically our value system to preserve more buildings that maybe before did not have this value, or we did not see this value. To give you a short overview, I'm working as part of a big team in 3 different entities. B+, formerly Brandluber Plus, is an architectural practice in Berlin. Statia Plus is our chair for architecture and storytelling, where we do research, and House Europe is this policy lab which tries to write and come up with new legislation. So just to give you a brief overview, this is us. Some of our projects already as an architectural practice, we focus on the adaptive reuse, a term that was used before. So we actually redevelop buildings that are considered a ruin and transform them into new buildings. As a chair at ETH Zurich, we fully focus on the aspect of storytelling. We do this through time-based media, so mainly film, but also other time-based media, to really teach the students that it's not only about designing the building, but also changing the narrative, which is so close to what you said. How can we appreciate a building and how can we tell a different story? Because of course, many people remember, particularly in the East European context, maybe a different system, a different past, and they have certain projections on a building, on architecture. How can we change them, but also how can we tell the stories of the projects that we want to realize? And as House Europe, we are a non-profit, we are a policy lab that wants to write or come up with new legislation, but we also organize a European Citizens Initiative where we have to collect 1 million signatures across the European Union, and where I will ask you all to support us and get active in the end. But I want to start briefly with some projects of our practice, and I will only show before and after images. I don't go into detail, but it's just to understand or make you understand where we are coming from, and also what we mean with this value question, because you could also say it's a price question in the end. So this is the first project I want to start with, which maybe some of you know, the so-called Antivilla project. We see the before, above, and the after at the bottom. And this was a former underwear factory in GDR, East Germany, and this building was meant to be demolished. The existing building has 500 square meters. It was meant to be demolished and replaced with 150 square meters, a new building. And why did no one buy it? And this is kind of like this simple calculation that one has, we all know kind of like, but one has to remember that you have an existing building which has a market price, and then people, in that sense, the system, finance and politics, decide that it is a ruin and it needs to be demolished. So you would have the market price, you add the costs for demolition to throw it away, which results in the new land price. You build on this land, you divide it through the square meters, and then you have this simple economic calculation. Is this project economically feasible? Is there a rentability or not? And this is the calculation behind many of our projects, because the system considers these existing buildings or situations a ruin, and in the moment it is a ruin, and in the moment it's considered waste, you can step in, but we never demolish, we always reuse and adapt. This is also the case for this investment ruin in the center of Berlin. Again, it should have been demolished, the existing basement and the back, but we said, no, we don't demolish it. We acquired it minus the demolition costs and built this new building on top that completely uses the existing structure in the basement. A similar case, a project that we did not develop, but we developed with a private client, is the reuse of an existing church. This church you see on the left should have been demolished. There was a protest by Berlin architects to protect the building. The building was listed as a monument, which made it actually complicated, of course, because in that moment, every developer said, I don't want to touch the listed building. We were able to bring in an investor who said, I want to reuse it as a gallery. And we as an architectural practice made a very simple architectural intervention. We placed inside a concrete table at the height of the organ balcony. No? So in the back of the church room, you had this organ balcony. We used the height of the balustrade to place in a concrete table. We created two spaces, an above exhibition space and this below exhibition space with these columns. The table is not touching the outside wall, so there is actually a gap. You see it in the right bottom image that the light comes through at the corner. And this was the argument to say, our intervention is not touching the existing building. In the future, you can remove the table if you want and reuse it as anything else, even if as a church if you want. Another project is the redevelopment, reuse of these industrial ruins in Berlin-Lichtenberg. These buildings are the leftovers of a former state-owned factory. The factory was actually demolished. It was a steel structure. After the financial crisis, they demolished the factory, cut it in pieces, and sold the steel factory for the material price. Also a very interesting lesson to learn. These two buildings were leftovers. They were considered also a symbol of failure of a systemic failure of the state, of an economic model, of a social model, and no one actually wanted to touch them or dared to touch them, we were able to buy them for a very little price because, again, everyone said, this is a ruin, this is waste. We renamed them San Gimignano Lichtenberg, like the towers in the Tuscan village, and were able to actually convince people to start the development there. Again, through storytelling, how to change it. And the last build project I want to show is our first project in the United States, which just opened like 2 months ago, which is the adaptive reuse and transformation of an old parking garage. So this is a parking garage for limousines that had many uses in between. The owners were able to buy it again for the same logic for a very low price, and we were able to transform it into a non-profit art center, actually with a similar strategy like we heard it before, by cutting out slabs and planks from the levels to create double high spaces in between. So all of these cases actually bring us to the question, what do we preserve? Do we preserve the function? Do we preserve an image? And which values are at the core of this decision? No, because what do we want to transform and which stories do we want to tell? Can we longer afford to preserve only because of a cultural value? It's fascinating when you think of storytelling that you can have an existing building that is considered worthless, but the moment you tell the story that a famous person lived inside, our perception of the place changes. So much of our understanding of which building is valuable depends on purely cultural ideas and concepts, and very much also on storytelling. So this is something that we try to address through the films we do. This is Architecting After Politics, a film that tries to tell the stories of alternative models, not purely focusing on profit and economy. We also did a series of films to actually save the Mäusebunker. You see the building on the left side with the windows. This is an existing building in Berlin, an animal testing laboratory that is empty, that should have been demolished. And we started making these films to tell the story, how it could be changed, how we could accept this also cruel path of animal testing and transform it into something else, actually a place in which humans and animals can coexist. So again, this moment of storytelling. And our latest films, we have 2 films, The Demolition Drama and Power to Renovation, where we are telling the story of this drama of demolition and deconstruction, purely profit-driven in a lot of cases. I also know a lot of stories from Belgrade. A colleague did a PhD actually on this topic of real estate fiction, where the real estate market is telling the story that we have to demolish the existing to replace it with better buildings. But that's actually not the case. I'm also very happy that Ruud Schageman is in the movie a supporter from day one of our initiative, because all of this practical examples, all of our knowledge from practice and research led us to the founding of House Europe, our policy lab and our European Citizens Initiative. And that's the last project I want to introduce and bring closer to you, hoping that you will support it. So House Europe is basically 2 things. It's this policy lab, but it's also a European Citizens Initiative. And as a European initiative, we advocate for new laws to make renovation and transformation of existing buildings really the new norm. Because renovation is definitely the best option. And if you think about the different layers of sustainability or how we have to think of our built environment, social, economic, ecological, and cultural, it becomes really clear, and the data is already there. And it is what has been said, really, there's the necessity to show examples and tell the stories of these good examples to make the public, the politicians, the administrators, but also us architects realize that this is really an alternative and not kind of like not fiction. So if we speak about the social premise, renovation transformation keeps the prices stable, but it also keeps existing communities and neighborhoods. A fantastic example is, of course, the transformation by Lakato Vassal of social housing, where this building was not demolished and replaced. People could stay in the building while this new balcony layer was added. This balcony layer added a winter garden to every unit apartment, the living standards of the people increased significantly, no, because the apartment not only grew, but it is a great valuable space that was added. It was also an ecological intervention, not only saving the CO2 of the existing building, but also, of course, energy efficient, increasing with the winter garden. And it was also an economic measure because the city who owns these buildings, of course, increased the economic value, like the monetary value of these buildings by renovating them. There is this economic premise of saving jobs, local jobs. A lot of our craftsmen companies, but also a lot of architectural practices are small-scale companies that are not doing the big international projects that so many of also in the architectural discourse or schools are always referring to. No, there are these smaller projects, and renovation, transformation of existing buildings helps these small companies to keep their jobs, but also to grow their businesses. A fantastic example is Bast Architects from France, who in a very structural, difficult area in the south of France started their practice of renovating and transforming empty single-family houses. They do this in very close collaboration with the companies. I mean, that's also their choice to be really on the construction side. They tell the companies, we are not hiding your work. Everything will be visible. We value your knowledge, your craftsmanship. And this really created a new dynamic in this area where the companies are actually bringing back old methods, and more people are willing to join this effort in doing these projects with very clear architectural intervention for very low budget. It's really, we collected these cases and always looked into all the layers. These are affordable cases, affordable housing cases that we show here. There's of course the ecologic premise. Renovation saves energy by keeping the material, but also not wasting them. The CO2 emissions that are in the building, of course. A great example is this transformation of a former office building into housing in Amsterdam. So there were multiple towers. They have been demolished, only one was kept, and the developer said, okay, let's transform this office building into housing by adding this outside balconies and circulation, saving 20% of the price, but also saving all the CO2 that is stored in this existing building. And then, of course, a very important one, not only in this context of the conference, but also for us as an architect, as architects speaking about the building culture, is of course the cultural premise that we save the history of buildings. And this is a complex matter to discuss, because how do we deal also with not the happy stories, no, how it was mentioned before, also complex histories. And this is, of course, very interesting. Also, a great case here is the transformation of this former wine storage in Basel, which should have been demolished, which was then developed by a private foundation for affordable housing, who transformed it into social housing. So in the end, they took the risk. It always takes someone who is willing to take the risk. This is also fantastic to hear that in the case of Krakow and the hotel, it was actually the city who then stepped in and said, okay, we do this. And in this case, it was the Foundation Habitat who stepped in, took the risk and transformed the building into social housing with great spaces inside, concrete pillow, mushroom columns that you would never build in a new building. So all of our buildings have these values, but we of course need to recognize them and create incentives and laws that give them a value, a price, because otherwise all of these kind of like non-economic factors, they simply never come into the calculation. And this is what our initiative is about. I want to show or share these images from our House Europe Assembly, which took place in October. We see Lakatova Sal there, we see Ruth Schagemann there, who I said is a supporter from the first day and our ambassador together with Lakatova Sal, but also Herzog de Meuron. We presented the initiative, our aim, our goals in the former airport Tempelhof, also a listed building that still is completely empty and waits for a reuse and a transformation. And there we presented not only the initiative, but also our legal proposals. That's the reason why I cannot be in Krakow in person. We finally submitted our legal proposals to the European Parliament. We have 3 legal proposals tax reductions for renovation work, so that the same work for renovation costs less than for new construction. We already have this in Italy or France. We want fair rules to assess not only the risks, but also the potentials. So today we always look for the risks in existing buildings, but never the potentials, in this logic of focusing on the negative. Of course, banks cannot finance these projects, municipalities cannot take the risks for these projects. So we have to shift our perspective and really look for the potentials. And the last demand or legal proposal is giving value to the embedded CO2 in buildings. So to make basically the gray energy, how we call it, more or less the gold energy in these buildings, to really also give this embedded CO2 finally a value and a price. So this is kind of like the image I want to share from the assembly, and I invite everyone to help us collect these 1 million signatures. We start on the 1st of February 2025. So very soon we will collect signatures everywhere. We have Polish partners, we have partners in all 27 EU member states. To be successful, collect the signatures and implement these laws on a European level so they come down into the member states. So I'm happy if everyone signs up for the newsletter and supports our initiative also with donations. We are a non-profit. Thank you very much.
Well, Olaf, thank you very much. I have already downloaded from your core the call of action. We will all support it, I'm sure, and we will try to also bring this message further on. Dear all, I think we deserve coffee. I'm sorry, I don't want to keep you longer. We are all here. I think all the questions can be asked also at the lobby. We meet here in 15 to 20 minutes. I would like to be flexible because you really have to talk about another extremely important issue, because we are not in a, let's say, void. There is a war just behind this border of this country, and we also need to keep in mind this. So see you in 15 minutes. Jezu, dziękuję.
Skasowany zostałem. Tak. Tak.
Please, I invite you to start. We are about to start. Please, we are about to start the next session. I know it's a line, I know. I feel for you. I feel for you, but still. Tak, gong, gong. We need a gong. Ruta, Professor Czerkies, please join me here. You will be able to see the presentation, yes? From here. I will.
Okay.
Yeah. Where is the... Take seat. Oh, yes, sorry. Please take seats. We are about to start. I would like to say that really we have ahead of us a very, very important session, which we decided to title Heritage and Recovery. Hubert Trammer, whom I think he is here, last April during New European Bauhaus Festival, he said that in Ukraine, the Ukraine will be a huge heritage laboratory for renovation and reconstruction. That we somehow have to prepare. Already is, in fact. Yes, thank you, Hubert. So I am very happy that we have with us Ruta Leitanaitė, board member of the Architects Association of Lithuania and coordinator of many projects, whom I think you will also, which you will also present. There is with us Professor Bogdan Czerkies from Lviv Polytechnic, the director of the Institute of Architecture at the Lviv Technical University. Online we will be able to listen to Akrivi Athina Vlahu from European Investment Bank. But before that, hello Athina, I'm happy you are with us. I just want to add just make a few introductory sentences rather than statements. First of all, I do hope that the war of Russia against sovereign and independent Ukraine will be finished soon. Here in Poland, we do feel this war every day, and what is also important that there is a very strong memory of huge destruction of our cultural heritage during Second World War, as a result of the Second World War. And we are also aware what kind of challenges Ukraine will face in the field of recovery. So that is why our joint duty and responsibility to talk about this issue also during such conferences as ours. There is also, as you probably are perfectly aware of, additional context. In this year, 2024, we are celebrating round anniversaries of the Hague Convention and of the Venice Charter. So the dilemmas of post-war reconstruction and the role of heritage in a broadly understood social, economic and cultural renewal are of utmost importance. It must be recalled that cultural heritage should be a part, if not the essence, of the strategy for reconstruction. And as representatives of cultural circles, we should strive for it, also through research, examples, comparison of experiences. And the value of this responsibility has been reflected in the assistance that many countries have provided to Ukraine so far. However, we need to think now about the challenges in the post-war world, focusing on the needs and expectations from Ukrainians themselves. So that is why I'm very happy that Professor Cherkies traveled from Lviv yesterday, stood on the border for more than 4 hours, but you are with us today. Professor Cherkies, the floor is yours, and the speech, The Heritage and Lessons of the War in Ukraine, we are looking for.
So please, could I see the slide?
In a moment.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear organizer of this forum. Let me begin by thanking you for the invitation to participate in this forum and the opportunity to speak here in the always beautiful and beloved city of Kraków. Of course, I would like to talk to you here on a more optimistic topic that would be much more in line with the progressive ideas of the new Bauhaus and the beauty of Kraków. But the reality in the country where I live is brutal, and I will be talking about cultural heritage and war. I will begin by showing a short video that my cousin made from his balcony after a Russian missile hit Konovaltsa Street in Lviv on September 4th, 2024. These houses were designed before the First World War by a young architect named Jan Bagiński, who later became one of the advocates of the Bauhaus ideas in Lviv and a famous professor who did a lot for Polish and Ukrainian culture. The buildings were listed as architectural monument of local significance and were located in the densely populated historic district of Lviv. The destruction of these houses was one tragedy, but there was an even greater tragedy in this sad story. As a result of this barbaric Russian attack, 7 residents of the house were killed, among them these beautiful 3 girls with their mother who were trying to take cover in the stairwell. Only their father survived by chance. On this slide, you can see the 8 most used Russia missiles to bomb Ukrainian cities, compared to the height of an average person. 7 of these 8 types of missiles were created after 2000, AE after Vladimir Putin came to power. Some of them can fly up to 3,000 kilometers. Here we see the results of attacks on Ukrainian cities by this deadly weapon of Putin's military machine, which were recorded by my doctoral student Viktor Matsola on the example of the Iskander missile. Now let's go back to Lviv, to the Konovaltsa Street area, to these unfortunate few historic buildings that were destroyed on September 4, 2024, and try to think about what happens to cultural heritage in times of war. Here we see the destruction inside the house and this staircase that collapsed after a rocket hit, and where these beautiful girls, whose photos I showed earlier, died. The photographs and measurements of the destruction were taken by my friends at the Bokalo-Kaprinska Bureau according to the recommendation of the ICROM methodology. Architects, art historians, or restorers are not the first responders to the scene of destruction. Initially, it is the residents themselves, ambulances, rescue services, firefighters, and utilities who are trying to save people, clear the rubble, put out fires, and gain access to the building and save what can still be saved. But in any case, the sooner a professional inventory of the damaged objects is made, the better it will be for the future processes of preserving and restoring its original historical substance. Therefore, the presence of experts in the field of historical heritage protection on the ground during the war is a guarantee for the future preservation of this heritage. This is much more difficult to realize than it might seem at the first glance. Most of these specialists have either fled the war, emigrated, died, are in hiding, or are simply afraid to visit the so-called breathing ruins in order not to die under the collapses. Those who measure the breathing ruins are real soldiers and defenders of cultural heritage. Therefore, one can expect the results of measurements and professional recordings of what remains of the buildings of the missile attacks, even with the best organization of work, no sooner than a month after the attacks. Of course, this depends on the size of these buildings and the degree of their destruction. Some buildings, even in this very section on Konovaltsa Street in Lviv, were luckier in this misfortune than the building in question, number 44, and were only affected by the shock wave. But here we see how the residents themselves immediately try to save the house with improvised means, make it livable again, mount a plastic roof, and this is also a form, albeit amateurish, of saving historical heritage. For these houses and the residents who continue to live there, it is very important that representatives of local authorities inspect them and draw up a so-called defective act, on the basis of which an estimate of the cost of repair work is made and the start of their implementation. The presence of specialists in the field of cultural heritage protection is also important here. The Russian invaders launched missile attacks not only on residential areas of Ukrainian cities, but also of unique objects such as the Transfiguration Cathedral in Odessa, which was destroyed by the communists in 1937 and restored in 2010. The occupiers launched a missile attack on it only July 23, 2023, and destroyed the altar area. The restoration algorithm in the case of sacred and iconic building is similar to that of historic residential buildings, but with even more active participation of the population, religious organization, and city authorities. The iconic objects that form the identity of the city are particularly vulnerable, and their restoration is interpreted by the population as a form of protest and hatred of the invaders. The thesis is confirmed if we look at how the population of the hero city of Kharkiv reacted when the symbol of Soviet constructivism, the government house of Soviet Ukraine, the state industrial complex, was massively bombed by the aggressor a month ago on October 28, 2024. Interestingly, that building was built in 1928 by Leningrad architects Sergei Serafimov, Samuel Kravets, and Mark Felger, and is a monument of Soviet Ukrainian and Russia constructivism of world significance. Unfortunately, to Putin's current totalitarian regime, there is no cultural heritage in Ukraine, not even one that was created by Russians. And this is the existential tragedy of Ukrainians and the cultural tragedy of Russians and Europeans in this war. Let me now draw conclusion to my report. First, European cities should from now on be prepared for shelling in today's aggressive world and hybrid warfare methods. Second, if we are really preparing to save cultural heritage in wartime, then groups of specialists trained to work under the extreme condition should be created in the structure of the governing bodies. 3. Experts in the rescue of cultural heritage in the context of military destruction should be aware of the possible tools and types of such destruction and the methods of action to record and rescue cultural heritage sites. And 4. In peacetime, it is necessary to develop methods of protecting movable and immovable heritage and scenarios for its preservation and restoration even after the most severe military destruction. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear Professor, thank you very much. I think it's never enough to remind ourselves about what is happening, and that we also have to have a kind of a change of a mindset. But now I would like to give the floor to Ruta Leitanaitė, the board member of Architects Association of Lithuania and coordinator of the project Honorary, but also a coordinator of a special group within the ACE that was called Solidarity with Ukraine. The title of your presentation is European and Ukrainian Architects for the Future, and as far as I remember from our talk, you will also update us on the recent report issued by European Commission about recommendation from the European Commission-led expert group, which you are a member of, on the safeguarding of cultural heritage in Ukraine.
That was a cold shower, right? A very invigorating presentation. Not letting us to forget this uncomfortable topic of Ukraine, because we tend to forget it. We want to be comfortable. We want to get some warm coffee and some rest, but this is something not to forget. And in fact, Russia is targeting not only cultural heritage, but any cultural infrastructure in Ukraine deliberately. And why is that so? Why culture is so important? It's because Russians understand that identity of Ukrainian culture lies in, of the country, of the nation, lies in culture. And while erasing cultural heritage from the ground, they are trying to erase their identity. So that's why it matters. I'll try to talk on a more optimistic note, and I will present certain initiatives by European Union architects and Ukrainian architects planning restoration of Ukraine with cultural heritage regeneration. And there are lots of initiatives when architects from various countries, and not only architects, countries, companies, organizations, are trying to provide help to rebuild Ukraine. The initiatives that I will talk about have one thing in common. And this thing is, it was expressed during the cultural conference that was happening in Brussels last week. The report analyzing what are the needs of cultural sector in Ukraine said, first thing, Ukraine has to be recreated by Ukrainians for Ukrainians. And second, the expertise of European or global experts in collaboration with Ukraine can lead to a quality way of reconstruction of Ukraine. So this is where those initiatives meet. And I hope that the presentation works. So far, not really. Okay, let's try. Yes. Lucas, are you doing that or am I doing that? You are doing. Like this? Okay, let's try. So I will have 4 initiatives to present. I'll try to squeeze it in 10 minutes. The first initiative already mentioned is the recommendations that were presented last week in Brussels for the first time. It was made by the special expert subgroup that was created by European Commission with the aim to share the experience that was gathered through all European Union countries suffering from natural disasters or wars, how to deal with cultural heritage, and also to come up with recommendations for European Commission on how to help Ukraine to implement this expertise and this knowledge. So 26 experts were selected after the open call, and I had the honor to be selected among them and representing Architects' Council of Europe. At first, the recommendations were to be written to the European Commission, but then we understood that if it's only European Commission, the addressee of those recommendations, then there is no use of the recommendations, because without the involvement of Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian local authorities, and Ukrainian communities, we cannot achieve any goals. So the recommendations have different addressees. And how those addressees can use the recommendations. For example, European Union can use the recommendations while drafting and implementing the Ukraine plan. Ukrainian government can use the recommendations while drafting and implementing national recovery plan and cultural heritage and civil protection policies. Local authorities when preparing regional and local development and recovery plans, and civil society as well. We have important key messages. I was trying to squeeze the presentation regarding the topic of this conference, as we are talking about European Bauhaus here. So first and the most important key message is that Ukraine cultural heritage is a key resource for the recovery and sustainable development of Ukraine, which is, for us, it goes without saying, but for politicians, this is something new. Physical damages threatens local, regional, and national heritage. They undermine Ukrainian identity and historical values, call for urgent action. Estimated cost of the recovery is immense. And now we are coming to the European Bauhaus. We have among the key messages that quality principles should be complied with to leverage the full potential of cultural heritage, cultural sites and landscapes while planning and executing any recovery actions. The preservation and recovery must comply with the values of the European Bauhaus. And quality encompasses not only the result, but also the process that must be open, democratic, and involve qualified professionals and societies. Oh, you are good at that. I forgot to do this. The recommendations are structured around 4 priority areas with the different topics: recognizing the value of cultural heritage, risk management, documentation, monitoring and data collection, and recovery. I will not go through all of them. I will just take recovery group as the example to show how European Bauhaus values are reflected. So for the recovery, for immediate actions, what we are proposing? We are proposing that European Union should support institutions and organizations and should provide technical assistance to redesign policy-making processes and help to bring Ukrainian legislation in line with the EU standards. The Ukrainian government should foster the recognition of foreign professional qualification, this is about exchange of knowledge, and guarantee an efficient and operational education system. When it comes to local authorities, then there is a stress on encouragement a community-driven approach. And not only ensuring people-centric, but also eco-sensitive heritage interventions. And they have to place the green transformation in the center of gravity of rebuilding and reconstruction. Next one. No, one back. So, for example, for the long-term perspective, we have the proposal of creation of a laboratory of innovative green solutions in rebuilding and reconstruction of heritage sites. Next one. So the recommendations are out. I'm sorry that I don't have the QR code for you to scan, but you can find them easily. Just Google the recommendations safeguarding heritage for Ukraine, and you can get the PDF. They are out, so our work as the group is done, but we feel that it's not the end, so we are willing to continue. And how can we continue to contribute to the analysis of cultural heritage milieu in Ukraine, because it's changing, to adjust the recommendations according to the actual needs, and to consult European and Ukrainian governments. Next one. The initiative number 2, which is very, very different. First one was a theoretical job done by many, many experts from various organizations and countries, and Rien is sitting here as well as a member of the group. I was very happy to work with her. The next initiative is a Lithuanian initiative, and it refers more to what Pia had said in the morning session, that we need examples to show how can European Bauhaus principles be implemented on the ground. So Future School for Ukraine is the initiative that was implemented by Architects Association of Lithuania together with the government of Lithuania. Next one. With the aim to get a technical design for a new school in Ukraine, because there are more than 3,000 schools in Ukraine damaged in that way that children cannot go and to study there. So there are children of 8 years old who had never gone to school, first because of COVID and then because of the war. The deliverable of this initiative First is a high-quality adaptive technical design for a new school that meets the interests and needs of Ukrainian society. With adaptive is the alternative to typical, because at first our government wanted to make a typical project and we said, no, the architects are not doing a typical project for any place in the world. We are done with that. So we came up with the idea of adaptive design, which means that what we want from the project is a system of architectural constructions and spaces that could be adapted to any kind of location, to any community needs which differ in different sites, without losing their architectural identity. And the second deliverable is inclusive, transparent, and democratic process of obtaining the best architectural design for a public building in Ukraine. Next one. So all the initiative was based on principles that Ukrainian and European Union professionals, visionaries, and society co-create future school project that suits Ukrainian realities and expectations the best. It's not that we take a good school from European Union and we paste it in Ukraine. No, we have to create this vision together. Next one. How do we do it? We used two tools. At first, a discussion in the form of a workshop where we had Lithuanian and Ukrainian experts of education and architecture working for several days, discussing the program for the architectural competition. And then we had an open international architectural competition for the project. Next one. So, an open call with the prize funding, and the winner receives a contract to develop their innovative school project design. Next one. We had an obligation that every team must include at least one architect license in Ukraine and one international architect. That's inevitably, the teams should be half Ukrainian. Next one. We had jury members coming from educational and architectural field from Ukraine, Lithuania, and international ones, Charlie being one of them. Next one. We made it visible. We were present at the European Bauhaus Festival with our own booth. We are very thankful to Architects Council of Europe for helping to promote the competition. We were present in Davos Alliance, in international media, political conference such as Ukraine Green Recovery Conference. Next one. And we got visible because Ursula von der Leyen, during the opening speech of the NEB Festival, mentioned this initiative as one of the most NEBish initiatives. Next one. So we got an international audience, not audience, but participants. We've got 15 entries from various countries: Ukraine, Lithuania, UK, Portugal, Belgium, Germany, Netherlands, Japan, Italy, Finland, France. Next one. We've got the winner that was announced a couple of months ago, Italian-Ukrainian team. Next one. The second prize went to Ukrainian and Dutch team. Next one. And the third prize was given to Finnish and Ukrainian architects. Next one. So we already have the contract signed with the winner. The technical design will come up in spring 2025. And it's the first pilot project of a new European Bauhaus Lab public infrastructure for Ukraine, which is the initiative number 3. Next one. And next one. So during the NEB Festival in 2024, we announced the establishment of a European Bauhaus Lab public infrastructure for Ukraine, which is aiming first to share. So it should work as a hub of professional knowledge and incubator for case studies. Another aim is to connect Ukrainian professionals, communities with experts and donors worldwide. And the third one is to inspire, to incubate new initiatives, partnerships, and projects. Next one. So far, we are a consortium of Architects Association of Lithuania, Architects Council of Europe, once again, Roskvit Urban Coalition for Ukraine. We have friends, ministries, state agencies, Central Projects Management Agency from Lithuania and Ukraine. We have our partner, Austrian Chamber of Architects. We are open to any partnerships. So if you are into helping Ukraine with projects that correspond to NEB values, you are very welcome. Next one. So we welcome architectural organizations, universities, governmental sector, local administration, communities, NGOs, donors, whatever, and whoever. Next one. And after you come back home from Krakow, you will have one day to rest, Monday, and then on Tuesday, I'm inviting you to the first event of the lab. We will have the presentation of the results of Future School for Ukraine, and we share the lessons learned. So stay tuned and be with us. Next one. And the fourth initiative, and I promise not to take more than 3 minutes, which is really a big and long project, Creative Europe supported project, EuroHerit, Architects for Heritage in Ukraine, Recreating Identity and Memory, and this is where we meet again the heritage topic. Next one. The European Commission opened this call in autumn 2022 with two aims. First aim was to restore Ukrainian cultural heritage, to restore cultural sector, and to raise the competence of cultural heritage specialists in Ukraine. And we came up with the application of EuroHerit because we thought that it's really about architecture. Next one. We are a big consortium of 11 partners from architectural organizations from Lithuania, Sweden, Austria, Denmark, Romania, Italy, Germany, Estonia. We have Architects Council of Europe as the associated partner. We have 3 partners from Ukraine, the National Union of Architects of Ukraine, Roskit Urban Coalition, and Kharkiv School of Architecture. Next one. So what do we do? What this project is about? Next one. Unfortunately, we are not rebuilding anything because the project is soft. It's about sharing experience and knowledge. So we analyze various aspects of evaluation, preservation, restoration of cultural heritage in Ukraine. And we do it through the forms of research, writing recommendations, discussions, workshops, seminars, qualification courses, educational programs in architecture school. Next one. So we already came up with some intermediate results because we are in the middle of the project. For example, we are writing the methodology for holistic renovation of modernist housing, and I was really very, very happy with the previous session that was tackling this topic of housing, which is usually overlooked when it comes to the topic of cultural heritage. Usually we don't see it as a part of the cultural heritage. Next one. We have already started some research on assessment methods of architectural heritage, then report on heritage damage assessment and materials and technologies in restoration. So we are trying to cover more or less the topics that are related with cultural heritage. Next one. We have 2 very nice initiatives engaging communities in regeneration of cultural heritage. So we had one workshop with the Romanian Chamber of Architects this summer, next one. And another one led by Estonian Union of Architects in format of urban forums. Why these initiatives are important is because when the war is tearing your community, the community needs a reason to be there and to stay together. And when you invite them to participate in restoration or preservation of cultural heritage, out of the sudden they have this reason and they don't feel hopeless anymore because they can do something with their own hand. So it's not only about restoration and preservation of cultural heritage, but it's also about bringing back communities and restoration of hope. Next one. As mentioned, we have educational program at Kharkiv School of Architecture, Critical Reconstruction of Cultural Heritage. So probably this program, when we test it, it could be used also by other Ukrainian schools. Next one. And we have a very, very big program of continuous professional development courses, which is led by Swedish Architects and National Union of Architects of Ukraine. We have 12 teams selected as participants of these CPD courses, and all of them are coming with the specific projects that are related with some cultural heritage object or site in Ukraine. So with CPD courses, we want to provide them with knowledge and to assist them to develop their projects further. Next one. Also, we are having public events as conferences. So we had conference in Lviv, in Sweden. The next one is in Vilnius in April 11 in spring. So if you are there, you are very welcome. So what's in it? Why do we continue? Is it relevant, this project? Besides the deliverables that I was explaining, and we have to do it because we have a promise, there are side effects, and I'm really happy about those side effects. First effect is that we are really building a community and a platform of people from various European Union and countries and also Ukraine that are working together. And those contacts, they are so valuable, and they are sprouting to other initiatives and other projects. And another one is giving Ukraine hope, because when they are thinking of the future of their cultural heritage, they are keeping up on hope. Next one. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruta, very much. Indeed, we need hope. And the last speaker of that session will be Athena Vlahu from European Investment Bank, and you might ask why we invited her to speak. But just recently, European Investment Bank published an European Bauhaus investment guidelines, and we would like her to present them to you because it will also have an impact on future recovery plans. Athena, the floor is yours. We can see you and I hope hear you.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. I hope that you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. I will share my presentation straight ahead. I have a problem with sharing the presentation. I receive a message that the host disabled the screen sharing. Okay, it's now fixed. So thank you very much, firstly, on behalf of our team for inviting us and giving us the opportunity to present this work. The topics of heritage and, of course, the topic of the recovery in Ukraine are very sensitive topics, but I hope that in this work you will find recommendations and guidance relevant to these. I represent the European Investment Bank and specifically Jaspers. For those of you who do not know Jaspers, we are a technical advisory program, a partnership between the EIB and the European Commission, and we provide technical advice in order to help improve the quality of projects across a number of sectors. So the European Commission and specifically the Joint Research Center, the JRC, assigned to our team to prepare the new European Bauhaus investment guidelines, and the guidelines were adopted by the Commission before a few months. So I will try by setting a bit the rationale of this work. Let's start by what the new European Bauhaus is. The new European Bauhaus is in a way threefold. So firstly, an EU policy and funding initiative, but also a creative and transdisciplinary movement with value and substance in itself. But it is also an instrument that aims at fostering solutions that are sustainable, inclusive, and beautiful. So this is the main target of this work of the NEB investment guidelines, to help investors, to provide them advice on how to put NEB in practice and why they should do so. So in reality, we try to, let's say, mainstream a bit the new European Bauhaus as it was discussed earlier today. So overall, these guidelines aim at bridging the conceptual framework of NEB with the practical and procedural aspects of investment and project preparation in the built environment. A few preliminary considerations. The guidelines build on the compass. This is a theoretical basis. They target the built environment. So broadly, we speak about buildings, open spaces, and neighborhoods. We target investors in a very broad sense. So we refer to any actor responsible for the creation and implementation of a project aligned to NEB. And most importantly, the guidelines are not normative and they are not prescriptive. They are not mandatory, and they do not define any specific criteria on whether to assess if a project is aligned to the NEB objectives or not. I will guide you very quickly through the structure of this guide so that you can understand what are the topics covered. The guide is structured in 6 chapters. The first one is, of course, the introduction, where we set the rationale and context of this guidance, and we review the relevant EU policy context. And then in chapter 2, which we call Mapping the NEB, we try to put NEB into the built environment context. So we refer to who and what. We're trying to anchor NEB in existing tools and frameworks, identify which are some main key investor typologies that might interface with NEB, and how some main built environment project types can benefit from alignment to NEB. Then chapter 3 is about implementing the NEB. It's about the how, the content. I will get into more detail on this in a second. This is where we refer to what we call NEB investment recommendations. So some very, let's say, practical solutions and strategies to integrate in projects in order to address the NEB objectives. And then we have chapter 4, which is about delivering the NEB. It's about the how, but this time about the processes. So how to bring NEB into the project preparation process. Chapter 5 is about the why, making the NEB case. So trying to explain why is NEB worth pursuing and how the related efforts can be systematized. And then, of course, we have the conclusions and the way ahead. So I would like here to get into a bit more of detail with regard to NEB investment recommendations that you can find in chapter 3 of this work, but then in much more detail in Annex 1. What we tried to do with these recommendations was to operationalize the NEB objectives and propose some practical tools that can support alignment to the NEB objectives. Such tools include planning and design solutions, technological solutions, public engagement and collaborative working approaches, alternative organization and operation models. In general, we suggest that as many recommendations as possible are addressed per project, covering at least the different core values and working principles of NEB in order to ensure this integrated and holistic approach. But at the same time, the recommendations applicable to each project must depend on and must be adapted to its unique characteristics, its unique nature, and its unique context. Just to give you an example and a feeling about the topics covered under those 20 investment recommendations, you can see here the titles. We have 5 recommendations per NEB core value and then 5 for the working principles. So, for example, under aesthetics, we refer to the importance of employing place-based design approaches, for example, through community engagement, by learning from vernacular architecture, or by preserving and promoting local heritage. We refer to the importance of connecting to nature by promoting some measures, from simple greening measures applicable to buildings up to urban scale interventions that can bring nature back to cities. Or we refer to the importance of designing for human scale and senses. So, in fact, we propose ways to plan and design that can help people better understand, use, and interact with the surrounding environment. For example, by referring to the importance of designing for an eye-level experience, designing for walking speeds, for dimensions that relate to the human body, and so on. Other topics covered under togetherness relate to the importance of ensuring accessibility for all, people-centered mobility, designing for efficient densities and proximity. Or under sustainability, we refer, of course, to designing for circularity, climate mitigation, adaptation, biodiversity, and then under the working principles, the good practices of public engagement. There is also a dedicated recommendation here on how to integrate the NEB objectives in architectural design competitions. I would like to highlight 2 key points here. Firstly, I would like to clarify that, as you can understand, the scope of this work is very broad. We try to address a very broad range of topics, a broad range of projects. So it was not possible, and it was a conscious choice, in fact, not to get into a high level of technical detail in these recommendations. But as you can see in the document, we try to propose a set of other useful references in each one of these recommendations. And another important point is that in cases where we had recommendations where there is already a lot of useful technical guidance available out there, such as, for example, the topics of sustainability, circularity, adaptation. In these cases, we did not find any meaning in repeating such guidance that is already out there, but we tried to put the focus on the unique added value of NEB, which is integrating those different aspects. So, for example, when we refer to climate adaptation, we do not propose so much technical, let's say, guidance on how to design climate resilient buildings or infrastructure, but we rather try to highlight the importance of bringing a strong social dimension or aesthetic dimension to such infrastructure projects. Then I continue by saying a few, let's say, the most important things about delivering the NEB, which is about the processes. How can we bring NEB into the processes, the process of preparing projects. An important aspect has to do with the project development process, from conception and design up to implementation and use. So what we try to do here is to indicate how NEB can be addressed in each of these steps of a typical project preparation process. But we also refer in this chapter to the NEB competencies, so the types of expertise needed to address a NEB project, which is of course indicative. We also try to provide some high-level recommendations with regard to procurement, so how NEB considerations can be addressed at the main steps, let's say, of a procurement process. Then another very important chapter is chapter 5, as I said before, which is about making the NEB case, about the why and to what purpose aligning to NEB. Here we have tried to sketch a first impact logic, trying to show how NEB can create value and achieve socioeconomic impacts. And we develop on these socioeconomic impacts of NEB, both for individuals and for the society. We also develop on the benefits for investors, both direct short-term benefits, but also indirect long-term benefits. And of course, we refer to challenges and potential obstacles that might align by addressing the NEB objectives, and we propose some ways to mitigate them. So closing, I would like to highlight just a few key messages that we drew also from this work. I would like to highlight the importance of putting the people first, because NEB is first and foremost about improving the quality of life of people, and then adopting place-based approaches, understanding and responding to the specific context and the specific needs. Then focus on the processes. NEB is about a new way of doing things. So focusing on the quality of the processes, on how we design, how we participate, how we engage, how we operate is key, and I believe is quite unique and important for NEB. Then planning in advance, because the objectives of NEB can be better addressed at the early stages of the project preparation, and then have a long-term vision, because quite often we will see that the impacts and benefits of NEB are much more important and evident in the long term. And finally, get the right team, get the right experts, and communicate to break silos and eventually innovate. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Athena. I think we were in the process. We tried to break silos, at least between heritage professionals and architects, and try to be interdisciplinary also, showing some, let's say, respect and approach to the important values. Thank you very much for your participation. We are coming slowly to the end. I think we shall invite Secretary General and the President, or President and the Secretary General, to join here and to have the closing remarks, conclusions. We shall stop. We shall finish at 5.
And we'll do that. We'll do that.
So please. I know. You can always count on women. You can.
Yeah.
Nice to see us again on the screen, and together this time. And I'm happy that we both have now the opportunity to draw the conclusions, which is not so easy. But let's say we have a little roadmap that helps us through these conclusions. First of all, I am extremely inspired. It was amazing which projects we saw, which different perspectives we were able to experience on the topic of transformation and heritage. I am really impressed. And let's say if there is such a density, I believe we will manage. But how? And for that we have our declaration, because it was really nice Graham mentioned giving purpose to policy framework. I think that is also one point that was very important to us, to develop a declaration together, a declaration between ICOMOS, between Europa Nostra and the Architects Council of Europe. And as far as I know, it's the first time for this declaration together in such a topic and in any way. And for that, I don't want to go in depth, but we have 7 important messages there that I want to highlight. First of all, favoring renovation and adaptive reuse. Unfortunately, that wording, but it is also a European wording of the existing building stock. Point 1. Point 2, taking advantage of innovation and traditional approaches and knowledge. Point 3, upskilling. Point 4, architects and heritage professionals to be highly engaged. Point 5, campaigning quality as a core as a guiding principle, and keeping innovative governance and funding in mind. Learning from each other, that was also a main topic today. And 7th, last but not least, adopting our built heritage to risk ensuring and adequate preparedness. So that is quite a long list. And with that, I just want to highlight, or I remembered it was out of my study time that we said architecture and urban planning, they are the reflection of our society. And throughout the day, it became very, very clear. And I think also with what is similar between Europa Nostra and ACE, and looking from the one perspective of the profession, the other perspective is from civil society. It's really working together, putting these different perspectives together and developing ideas. And we heard it's not only about the cities, it's also about the rural areas. So we should not only focus on the cities. Diego Zoppi said it, it was about illusion, finance and marketing towards the cities. And on the other side, we have the abandonment of villages, of former working structures and communities. And this is a main topic also in the European context, because it's also about drawing funding in the right direction and developing, for example, in the cohesion policy, new approaches, not only supporting the big cities, but also the rural areas. So it was all about creating value. It was about, for us as architects, putting the right questions in place, but also to recognize and reconsider the values that already exist. And I think what is baseline, and we mentioned it very, very often, it's about the people. It's about the people, it's about the quality the people are living in the cities, again, and the rural areas, but it's also about freedom, the freedom to choose where to live, and not only because I have to, because it's not affordable anymore in a city or in a certain space. So it's from people, for people. And we saw it really nicely underlined by Ruta with the Yuri Harit project and all the activities that you have been doing in the field of Ukraine. And I think this is the best way how to support each other in such a difficult time, and really developing ideas and giving the hope for the future and developing the future together. So it's about architecture and economy. That was the starting point of this morning. And I highly remember open eyes economy. This I really loved, because it's also changing the thoughts, changing the values, everything what is connected to economy. And until today I was believing, oh, the economists have their own language and we as architects have our language. But today I really learned, no, we have an overlap. And this overlap was the regenerative power of culture, which really is important. And what do? We create identity. We create identity for all of us. And by creating identity, we have to take in mind the collective memory. And the collective memory can be positive, but can also be negative, depending on the memory a society created, connected to a certain architecture, to a certain development in urban planning. So this is something to be taken into consideration and to be addressed. And with that, we give a lot of power to civil society. And we as architects are civil society. And it's about also giving a voice to civil society. We saw it in the different projects with great examples. And you mentioned Belgrade. Maybe you want to add then also a few thoughts to that. And I will finalize now. So it is about we as a society shaping our living environment together for the future, and the future generation will evaluate if everything what we are doing today, putting our efforts and being butterflies of this whole process will lead to a better living condition for all of us. So this is my quick reflection, what I try to summarize and bring together throughout the whole day, and the inspiring perspectives we heard. And yes, Snezhka. Yes, Snezhka is really quick.
Yeah, you know that I speak too long. Now, first of all, impressive. Thank you so much, Ruth. You have, I think, covered so many points, and you have explained what are the main recommendations from the Krakow Declaration that we will take a few more days just to tweak it in order to include sort of a number of points that were also raised during this conference. I would like just to add the sort of what we would like at the end of this declaration, to add some kind of call to action. So on the basis of all these 7 recommendations, a number of messages for the leadership of the European Union institutions, European Union member states, and of course you all are coming from your organizations in various countries, our organizations in various countries. They can pass these messages to the member states and then of course institutions. On the 1st of December we have now we know the new European Commission is starting. We know who are the commissioners in charge of the various portfolios, so we have identified a number of them. So we are not focusing on one, since our approach is an integrated approach, and so there is a number of portfolios. From the portfolio, I mean, we spoke about the housing, this is going to be a new member of the Commission, so the housing, and we should pass that message to him. We have, of course, the cohesion portfolio, that will be the Italian Executive Vice President. We have the, yes, we need the Italians to help us. You know, he might be enlightened when he comes to Europe, and let's hope that. So we have the skills. We spoke so much about the necessity of upskilling and for architects and the heritage professionals. And so I think one of my takeaways that we need so much more architects. I think we should convince them that investing in training of architects and having more architects, it is a necessity, it is the urgency. Because with the renovation wave, where are we going to find so many architects who are going to be competent enough to deal with all these projects that we will become? So we need investments there, and we need to do it together. We will have a Romanian executive vice president who will be in charge of skills. So with the help of Stefan, we will knock on her door very soon. Enlargement, of course. We have just been seeing the dramatic situation in Ukraine, but there is also the Western Balkan situation where so many things are going on totally
totally opposite to everything that we have been talking now. So we need to speak to the Enlargement Commissioner. We need to speak, of course, to the Culture Commissioner, who is going to work on developing a culture compass. We must make sure that what we have been talking today, that should be part of that culture compass that the European Commission will develop. Of course, the European Green Deal, renovation wave, energy efficiency, climate action, and the new MFF, multiple financial framework. It is the Polish commissioner who is going to be in charge of that, so we need to have the funds that will allow the proper investment in all this. All this to say to you, we will have a lot to work, but if we work together, it's somehow a little bit easier. So I think that this is not, once in every 25 years conference that we are doing. I think the architecture and the heritage world, from now on, we are marching together. And if anyone will be asking you again, does New European Bauhaus have anything to do with heritage? As Pia said, it is everything to do about our historic built environment as well. So I'm leaving sort of Krakow, not yet, but further energized by this extraordinary partnership, regenerative partnership. I think we have an agenda, but also I want to recall that our summit next year will be in Brussels, and it will be similar like what we did in 2018 in Berlin for the European Year of Cultural Heritage. So I want to invite also our various partners. Let's do a week in Brussels of various, because the topics are so broad that we can't do it only in 2 days, that we just compile a very ambitious advocacy agenda, and to end with a new slogan for the 50th anniversary of I mentioned that, the European Year of Architectural Heritage 75. At that time, the slogan was, let us give a future to our past. I think we have evolved in those 50 years. We are giving a past to our future, because the future without the past is a very dangerous one. So I think that we have all showing all what we are also in heritage world doing. It's about the present and the future generations and the people and of our Europe. So let's work on that.
Fantastic. And do you remember what she told in the very beginning? That we are the best of the best. So I will bring it home, as I told you. Well, thank you very much allowing me to organize this conference here. And thank you, Agata, for hosting us here and helping me with all this organizing issue and guiding all the audience through this conference. Well, I'm deeply touched with the help I had from the office from Brussels. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, all the speakers who just accept our invitation, and thank you, your staff as well, because we never met such kind and helpful staff.
Well, it is always a pleasure to have guests from everywhere, and also to a certain extent, you remember this Nokia advertisement, Nokia connecting people. We like to be a place like that, connecting people, connecting worlds, and this is the essence of this particular institution. So thank you very much for coming, for participating, for being the whole day. We did this. I would like also to thank interpreters. Thank you very much.
Applause to them, please. Well, but before you go, remember right now you have the only chance to see this marvelous exhibition, which shows that what was done during the
Cold War in Central Europe. Dr. Michał Wiśniewski and Dr. Łukasz Galusek stand
waiting
back,
for you.
Waiting for you to go to the gallery. I think if you have some energy still, this is a regenerative battery for the evening.
But we would like to just to show you, please. It is about And the last.
Sorry, I have.
And the last word goes
yes,
to you
sorry,
to close the conference.
Sorry for that, but I think the most important thing I have to say, additional to all the thanks that you said, thank you to our great moderators, Agatha and Boris, for hosting us through the whole day. It's not your profession, and you did it phenomenal. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Well, and now the conference is over, so I must tell some words from those who will join us for gala. Please remember we start at 8, so please be 7:45. That's first. For those who are coming tomorrow, because we will have tomorrow the General Assembly here, please, it is we kindly ask you to charge your computers, because we have a limited places where we can charge our computers. And please do remember, we start our General Assembly. I will ask the moderator for General Assembly. Ian, what time? 9 o'clock. So, and it's relaxed for me tomorrow. I'm not the moderator. Thank you very much. Teraz